been flat. It's just done a little bit. Seamers have enjoyed it. Jack Leach bowled nicely on it. So a good first test pitch, or first day of this test match anyway, from Lords.
Yeah, certainly not one that was an obvious bowl first. I mean, England will bowl first on most surfaces, won't they? It's the way under Ben Stokes they like to go. We'll have a chase, as he said, against India at Edgbaston last year. I think it's been a really good pitch. Issue for Ireland has been that they've not been able to hold a line of length well enough. Very, very inexperienced bowling attack. Playing against a team that would be hyper aggressive no matter what. But as it's happened, they haven't had to, have they? Haven't had to go out and play anything really expansive. They've just had at least one, maybe two 4 balls and over. Good fun as a captain, that, isn't it?
In the slot. That was a big half volley, and Ollie Pope was quick to pounce on it.
When Ollie Pope first burst onto the scene, you'd watch him play an extra cover drive and you'd think Joe Root, perhaps Ian Bell. Painful to watch for the bowler, but beautiful for the crowd.
Starting to develop his own version of the Labuschagne leave, isn't he? It's not quite as elegant as the Labuschagne leave.
You're going to have Steve Smith doing it. It's like the Inspector Dreyfus eye flick in the Clouseau movies. It's just like a tick. Look.
I wonder if Leach will get in his skipper's ear. Can I be night watchman again, Skip? It nearly worked for me last time. Nearly got 100. Got the Nighthawk as well. Two ends of the spectrum with those two left-handers, Leach and Broad.
There's only one of those two getting the nod in this team, and it's not that one.
More standard leave from Ollie Pope. 117 for 1. Well, England today have to show respect to Ireland and also have one eye on the future and see what they could get out of this game and this day, and they've done exactly what they needed. Win the toss, have a bowl, wickets for Broad again, 5 for 51, 3 for Leach, 2 for Potts. Bowled him out for 172 and are just 55 behind. Many better sights Lords kick it round just as the sun is setting away. Warmish.
Been an excellent crowd. Didn't really know what to expect this morning. Sort of hoped that England's exploits over the course of the home summer and indeed during the winter in Pakistan, that people would have wanted to come out and watch this exciting England side, and that's been the case. Not full to the rafters, but it's been a really healthy sized crowd. Day one and a chilly June day.
Yeah, can you imagine the expectation on that 16th of June, Edgbaston first morning? I mean, there is anyway for an Ashes series, we know that. But the added expectation of, can this England side play like this against Australia? It's a very good Australian side. They're in the World Test Championship final next week. Can they carry on like this against Stark and Cummins and Hazelwood and Borland and Lyon? Can Broad keep getting Warner out? Will Warner play? Should be a cracking summer. Played that nicely. He'll go down to third man, but he played it down there. Just opened the face, takes the boundary.
An area that has once again become a strength for Ollie Pope. Just opened the face and guided it down there. It's a little bit dangerous, I suppose, with quicker bowlers with a little bit of extra bounce, but he knew exactly what he was doing. Got me a bit excited with your trailer there. All those questions.
Well, they knew when they turned up to watch us, they knew the result before the ball went down.
That is not strictly true, is it? 97, go all the way back to then and your finest hour at Edgbaston. One thing's for sure, that the noise there, that's something I will never forget, making my debut in that series at Edgbaston. Goff and Caddick and co bowled Australia out just after lunch on day one, and the sound coming out of the Hollies, just spine-tingling stuff. It might be like that from the start this time.
Saw him coming on that occasion, just dragged it down a bit.
I think in answer to one or two of those questions, that England will go at it the same way. Whether it's successful or not is, I suppose, the main question. But I don't think that there will be any rowing back from it whatsoever, and I don't think there should be. They've picked a side to play in that way. They'd be wrong to second guess themselves.
Short, not quick enough to bowl that length, and Pope too good to miss out. Another boundary for him. He looks in good touch. 126 for one. Simon Doull.
Yeah, thanks, Ness. Just a little look at the two debutants today. Test cricketer number 711 for England. Test cricketer number 26 for Ireland in tongue and hand. Just got a striking similarities, actually, in their bowling. When we look at their setup and their gather, if you have a look at both of them, look in front on, so they kind of look through the inside of that left arm, that left lead arm, and when you roll it forward, they end up in a very similar position as well. Both chest-on bowlers, decent position there, but they both lean away. Tongue not quite as much. Watch how his head stays a lot straighter, and whereas Fee on hand, his head is leaning a lot more to the left, so it loses a bit more balance. And then when you draw the lines, they come to a very similar position with the lines because of the fact that the bend in the back, I think, from Tongue is slightly more at the hip area. So he's slightly more bent at the hip, whereas Fee on hand more at the head when it goes over. So you're just losing a little bit of that forward momentum. That one will go down leg side. So buys on that occasion. But yeah, from Fee on hand's point of view, and you watch him through this over, if I was trying to work with him, I'd really be looking at that head position and just trying to get his head moving more towards the keeper and just staying a little bit more upright. But the good thing about both of them, I think, genuine pace. Really enjoyed what I saw from Tung, and I think Fionn Hand's got a lot of upside as well. So chest on or side on, doesn't really matter. These guys are both doing it very similar sort of fashion, but your head is such a crucial point from a bowling point of view. If you wait to see Jimmy Anderson later in the summer, I think he's got one of the best head positions in the game, moving towards the keeper.
Excellent, Simon Dahl. Analysis from our bowler in the camp. And you, obviously, Butch.
Very reluctant bowler, as you will remember. Partly because of some of those positions that the bowlers get into at the crease. Why would you do that to yourself?
Into the attack, and he's just swung it, hasn't he? He's just got a little bit of shape. That's why he struggled with Ducket down the leg side, the wides. For a little while he'll be a bit more comfortable bowling at Pope. Different style of bowling, and a bit more swing, lower pace from Ireland, a bit more seam and higher pace from England. There is that swing. It swung right onto the middle of Ollie Pope's bat. He has 4 boundaries now in 20.
It's a terrific example of timing, using your body weight. Just leans into it, gets the head over the front knee. Whole body weight is hitting that ball. It's not a flash of the hands. Just a wonderful piece of timing and placement.
And it is one of the most pleasing shots to watch, really, the cover drive, when you play it like that. Think of Ian Bell, you mentioned. Babar Azam plays a beautiful cover drive. Virat Kohli slightly different with a flick of the wrist, but I think Bell would be near the top of if you want to teach someone to play the cover drive. And the left-handers, David Gower springs to mind with the odd nick. Full toss, belted away. Ireland can get no control here at all. England are scoring over 6 runs and over. It's 139 for 1. Things moving quickly here at Lord's. England just trail by 33 now. Ireland were 64 for 3 after 21 overs. England have gone on at a heck of a rate. Talking of Lord Gower, he is in the house.
And there was a guy who could hit the ball hard with seemingly little effort.
Back into the attack, round the wicket to Ducket. A lot of conversation, Mark, about Zach Crawley. Let's stay off that subject for a while because it's been discussed. What do you make of Ducket as an opening batsman? I guess because he's been so good, we've not discussed him.
Yes, he's probably been overshadowed by the difficulties that his partner's having at the other end. And since coming back into the team, at the top of the order. He's looked really assured, hasn't he? So his strengths are very much square the wicket, either side. Played brilliantly in Pakistan. Looked good in New Zealand in completely different conditions. And if there was to be a conversation, which there won't be, by the way, the two openers are going to be Kohli and Ducket for the Ashes, then it wouldn't be Ben Duckett's position that anyone would be questioning. Which is a roundabout way of talking about Zach Crawley without talking about Zach Crawley. He'll be disappointed, obviously, Crawley today. I mean, a real chance to make a big score at the start of the summer. Might not get another chance to bat today in this match. What do you think?
That's why I asked the question, because he's not a specialist opener. He's gone up there and done it for Nottinghamshire in the last year or so. He did it in Pakistan, and he looks to the manner born. He just looks a really good player, and has done for a long while, actually. Prodigious talent when he was younger. A lot of runs at schoolboy cricket, burst on the scene, and is fulfilling his potential now.
I guess that's why, you know, when people were talking about the other options that England might have, instead of dropping Ben Foakes, maybe Brook moving up to open, or even Stokes, it's kind of not mad, is it? Duckett himself is not a specialist opening batter. This team wants to score at 6-7 runs and over anyway, so it's not a traditional opening batter's job that they're looking to fill. Which is why, you know, judging the decisions and the selections of the McCullum-Stokes team by the measures of the past is a waste of time.
Not enough deliveries from Ireland in this sort of area. They've been too short, too full, too wide. They'll be disappointed. They're better than this. 140 for one.
Yes! Middle, yeah?
high, I think it's high. Just hurried Pope. I think height's an issue there.
Yeah, the sound coming through from the stump mic is confirming what Nasser Hussain has said. It's a little high. It's coming from behind the stumps. Ollie Pope got himself into a real tangle here. Shades of the problems he had down under, getting too far across onto that off stump. It was a decent delivery, mind, but nip away.
It's a decent comeback, not timed, just pushed down the ground. Pope wants 3, and he settles on 2. .45 for 1.
You never had an official vice captain when you were skipper of England. What do you make of the decision to hand that responsibility to Ollie Pope?
Yeah, I think it's a good one because of the growth in Ollie Pope in this side. Actually, if you asked which 2 or 3 cricketers, probably the 2 at the crease, absolutely blossomed under Stokes and McCullum. He's asked to move up to number 3. He rang Stokes up, said, "I'd like to bat 3. There's a spot there. You can have it." Done well in that position. I think he's a quick learner. Whether he can handle that pressure of an Ashes if Stokes hobbles off, Stokes is injured. There is, as you know, Mark, a massive difference between being vice captain and captain.
Well, you'd hope that Ben Stokes wouldn't hand Ollie Pope the hospital pass that you handed me. But to go back to the original question, but was there any reason why did you not have why did you not name a vice captain yourself? And well, Duncan Fletcher wasn't. Yeah, he was there by the time you'd bedded in as captain. Why didn't you have an official VC?
Not many options, to be honest. Just trying to pick 11 was the starting point. And then keeping myself in a job. If you pick too good a vice captain, you're going to be gone soon. So,
especially with your fingers. Ollie Pope, just to me, looks as though he's looking to manufacture the odd shot at the moment. Getting into some bizarre positions, almost like he's preempting where he thinks the ball's going to go.
And he doesn't need to, because there's been 1 boundary ball and over. That's why the run rate is where it is. It's not been because of England's new mentality. It's simply because Ireland cannot string 6 good deliveries together. Just wait for that bad ball, put it away. There's runs to be had tomorrow.
And I was asked about, Ollie Pope, whether he was ready, whether he was sort of senior enough in the side to have that responsibility. My answer was that if you think that Ben Stokes is going to somehow not be on the park during the Ashes, then you're completely mad. We've seen the man hobble through an entire summer last year. He looks in pretty good physical shape now. It'll take something extraordinary to keep him off the park.
Yeah.
Ducket wants two. He's going to have to hurry because the throw's downhill. As we know, famously on this ground, throwing from that grandstand, you have to hurry back for a two. .49 for one. So one more over, purely on time. We're going to miss and lose 6 overs today. No, again, a little bit too high. Again, just trying to manufacture a shot slightly, wasn't quite short enough to pull. Maybe it was actually, maybe it just kept a bit low. It was reasonably short.
Yeah.
It also could be a couple.
It's okay, Kurt.
150 up for England. Small things though, we're talking about Ashes in Australia, small things that the Australians will look at in this sort of situation. They'll see if Ducket is just standing on his bat at the non-striker's end. Over to you, Ollie. They'll look if Ollie Pope's just trying to get to the non-striker's end. And you'll get a volley of abuse if you do.
They might get a volley of abuse from their captain if they do as well. I mean, it's unselfish cricket is the watchword.
No ball given. Third umpire just telling the on-field umpires there that Camphor had overstepped.
It's a fascinating job, isn't it, for the TV umpire, watching the line all day.
Oh, has it carried? No. No, Sterling just looks at the ground in front of him and says, just a few inches more and I'd have got that in my hands.
Yeah, again, Pope just tempted into playing this, whether he's trying to dab it into the offside for one. That's what it looked like to me. Playing at a really wide delivery, almost giving his wicket away. Nick's all carried for England this morning. Pope gets away with one.
Punch to mid-on, dot ball to end. An excellent first day of international test match cricket.
He's away straight away as well this morning. Scampering back for a second. First over done, 7 from it, 159 for 1. Just a reminder of the first day's play, really. It belonged very much to England and to Stuart Broad, who picked up his 20th 5-wicket haul in Test cricket and his first 5-wicket haul here at Lord's for 10 years. 5 for 51, bowled beautifully. Wickets for Leach and Potts. Josh Tong, who made his debut, still waiting for his maiden wicket, and nobody really got going for Ireland, who were 19 for 3 at one stage, got to 172. And then that rapid century partnership between Ducket and Crawley got England going. Crawley was the man to go, caught and bowled by Fionn Hand very well, actually, and that was a maiden test wicket for him. Mark Adair, who was not at his best with the new ball, it must be said.
A better field set now from Ireland. Nicely balanced, short mid-wicket in. The offside covered with the 3 out. 2 slips in play for that edge. They need to be further up, not much pace from Adair. But this allows the ball to really settle into that channel, bring the stumps into play from around the wicket to the left-hander as well. It's so important, isn't it? I mean, for each side to identify exactly how they want to play, what their brand of cricket is. England, it's pretty obvious what they've done. But for Ireland, it's really about understanding how they want to go about their test cricket, especially against England here at Lord's, what their bowlers are going to try and do to the batters. It reminds me of New Zealand, how they used to play. They used to play a very, very structured brand of cricket under Stephen Fleming, and even now with Kane Williamson and beyond. The only kind of upheaval was when Brendan McCullum captain, and he took kind of New Zealand on a completely different path. They play a very structured brand. They take care of those little details about holding line and length, being disciplined. It's going to be the same for Ireland. Just make sure that they bowl continuously on that good length, the right line, and allow the batters to make a mistake.
Become a trademark for Pope, really, who uses his feet a lot now to the seamers. If those who are watching right at the end of England's winter tours, when England were on that run chase in Wellington, that was symptomatic of Pope's play on that occasion.
It's also good, isn't it, that they take this style of play back into the counties. It's exactly the way Pope plays when he plays for Surrey now as well. So do the other England batters. It's really nice for the other players on the fringes to understand what's required as well, and they kind of get inspired and they kind of tag along, changing their batting and their approach in the same manner.
Just a single from the over, 160 for 1. Well, it was Owen Morgan's turn yesterday to ring the 5-minute bell. Miriam Greeley this morning, who had an 18-year career playing for the Ireland women's team.
I know Kolkata does the bell ringing as well. Any other grounds around the world?
Not that I can think of. Did they try it at the Oval now? They've got a bell there from a battleship from memory.
Wait!
Ducket cuts away again, but just finds the man behind square.
Talking about communicating what the main team needs into the A sides, and then of course the counties and the development sides. Has there been a remarkable change in terms of how that communication was to what it is now? The main team really paying attention to the counties and telling them what they require and pushing them to deliver in the same manner.
Wait on!
I don't think it's quite as straightforward as Rob Key and Brendan McCullum telling the counties what to do. I mean, you have to be quite careful there, because clearly coaches and director of cricket at counties, they need to have an element of autonomy to marshal their own resources as they see fit. But I think that message has gently been put across, that this is the type of player we're looking for. We don't just want dashers all the time. The way Rob Key put it to me was that, take somebody like Hasib Hamid, for example, who's a more orthodox, cagier type of opening batsman. I think it's simply that if you show you've got the technique and the defensive capabilities, you also have to show that come the appropriate time, you have the game to put pressure back on the bowlers. So they're not going to pick just a defensive type player who hasn't got that extra gear, but they're perfectly happy for players to soak up that pressure for as long as it takes, as long as they have the ability to put pressure back on the bowler. So it's not as clear cut as saying, right, this is how you're going to play, but there is a gentle message that's gone out there.
Does it then also mean that players like Hasib Hamid are forced to reinvent themselves in certain ways, or perhaps they are kind of
just taking their game on a level, really, just finding an extra gear, and most good players have that extra gear in there somewhere. As Pope comes down the pitch and almost actually falls over and yorks himself, but he gets a couple to the leg side. Driven beautifully by Pope. Boundaries keep on coming, and that completes the 28th over. 167 for one. Simon Doull.
Yeah, thanks very much, Ath. I just want to back up what Sangha was saying just a little bit ago, actually, just around the aggression that Ben Duckett's showing, the aggression that Ollie Pope's showing, the boundaries that are coming, and about being patient as a bowling point of view, from a bowling point of view. Look at where Ben Duckett is defending these deliveries, in behind the line. This is a roundabout off stump, just outside off stump. And so they're good defensive shots, but as soon as Ireland have strayed slightly, whether it be leg stump or straight or outside off stump, he has been aggressive and overly aggressive and picked up boundaries, picked up runs consistently. The numbers basically back up everything that Sangha was saying. You've got to be nice and tight, be patient in and around that off stump. 38% scoring rate in and around that area. Anything wide of that, he is scoring runs.
Wait!
Oh, trouble. Oh, my word. Ducket cut that ball powerfully and suddenly then found himself meeting Pope in the middle of the pitch. And the throw could have come in at either end, really, and both were struggling. Harry Tector it was, and Ducket survives. Very cute not the full-blooded cut this time from Ducket. They've got that man at point, Tector, who's quite deep and just behind square. So Ducket has just let that come and guided it down for a couple.
Question for you, Dooley, in terms of being disciplined and sticking to those lines and lengths. How difficult is it when you're looking at the scoreboard? England's 169 for 1. You know you need wickets. How difficult is it as a bowler to really absorb that pressure or ignore it and keep kind of executing his skill?
Yeah, ignoring it, I think, is the key, Sanger, isn't it? It's forgetting about the game situation and still getting your job done if you can. And that's where someone like Mark Adair, the senior bowler in this lineup, needs to start doing that. Again, there's width on offer. The other thing, and I'll touch on what you talked about as well, a good bit of fielding there on the boundary. You talked about Stephen Fleming's captaincy from a New Zealand point of view. He almost made the batter's strength their weakness, set field. So that's the other thing that Ireland could look at as well, is set a field wide of, in that cut area, in the gully, had 2 gullies, a point, a man just in front of point, and actually bowl to Ben Duckett's strength. Try and get him out that way. That's the other thing I'd like to see them maybe try if they're going to go down that route. But the other thing about Ben Duckett, 3/4 of his runs in Test cricket have come square of the wicket. 3/4 of all of his runs in Test cricket are square of the wicket. So that tells you something straight away. So the bowling group and the bowling coaching group have to be doing their job in that front.
Well, there was an Australian batter who was, thinking back to Stephen Fleming's captaincy, he was quite similar. Damien Martin used to score a lot of runs square on the offside, and I remember Fleming and the New Zealand bowlers basically just packing that area with about 4 or 5 fielders from time to time in that arc just in front and behind square, and almost bowling to his strength.
The other advantage a bowling side will have in terms of those set plays at this is just England's new attitude. They're not going to let balls go by. They are going to take on short bowling if they set a field either on the cut or on the pull and the hook. They are going to take the bowlers on, so you will create chances. It's really about understanding how to balance that out, when to go into those set plays against the England batters, and then again asking yourself the question, do we have the skill and the pace to really execute it?
.172 for 1. Scores are level. It took Ireland the best part of 57 overs to get to their score. England have got there in 29. They're rattling along at just a little under a run a ball at the moment. Those who've watched England over the last 12 months, that will come as no great surprise. Coming back across the ground this morning, and an old chap in the stand hollered out to me and said, I was Ben Duckett's coach when he was at junior school. I coached him at 8, 9, 10, saw him get loads of runs. He's going to get 100 today. It's going to be a great moment to be here. Ducket has driven that to the stand where that old gentleman is sitting, and I'm sure he's watching very proudly. There's his young man that he coached all those years ago. He's going very nicely at the moment, 75 now.
This is the new strength in terms of Ben Duckett's game. He's really found new areas to score. Talked about how late he plays. As a result, most of his scoring areas are square of the wicket, but when it's really full, he has the ability to punch straight down the ground as well. How much of it do you think is really a lot of coaching at this level. Yes, at the junior levels you are coached, and how much of it is really self-led in terms of understanding where your game's at, what you need to do to be a regular member of the England Test side.
I think there's very little technical coaching goes on in this team. Certainly Brendan McCullum is not a technical coach. He's somebody who provides some direction and is trying to create an environment. I always felt that the best technical coaches and the technical work should be done at a lower level or an earlier age, and you get that embedded. And when you get to this level, it's really about game management.
And in terms of selecting your coaching staff as well, isn't it? It's much like selecting your side. You have to have not just the people with the right knowledge and the skill sets, but also the right personality, so they didn't try and turn batters into copies of themselves as they played international cricket. So really working on tactical batting, game arrangement, talking to them more about developing scoring areas. And really kind of asking the players to learn themselves, ask questions, and be able to lead themselves to become better rather than just spoon feeding them technique or coaching lessons.
Wait on.
77 for 1. England seem to have had a style upgrade in this game. The bucket hat is paraded by Johnny Bairstow there on the balcony, and Stuart Broad in a very good interview with Simon Doull this morning. It was excellent to listen to Broad talking about the way that he bowled and the developments he's working on as a bowler, even now at 36 years of age and close to 600 wickets. Marcus Trescothick has decided to avoid the bucket now. I don't blame him. Barry Brook alongside him will be pleased to have seen Yorkshire's victory last evening against Lancashire in the Blast. A rare Yorkshire win this season. Somehow got to it. It was a real toe ender there from Ducket. And in a way, that the field that was been set now is a bit what we were talking about a moment ago to Damien Martin, that bowling to Ducket's strength with 2 gullies and a deep backward point, somebody just in front of square. So 4 men there that you can see square of the wicket, and the way Adair bowled that, you think that he's looking to bowl to Ducket's strength, which was the point Simon Doull made a short while ago.
Wait on.
And not just on the cut, but also really full on the drive, a little bit wider. Can bring those fielders into play. The commentary must be on in the dressing room, Dooley.
Wait.
Points that Brody made in his chat today was a great example of what experience brings about in terms of self-learning. How he intentionally wobbles the seam when the conditions suit it, tries to swing it away. He also said that yes, they have pre-made plans, but he likes to kind of suss out weaknesses and the pitch conditions once he starts playing.
Yes.
It's this one away through the offside with all those men set square.
No.
Ducket used a bit of bottom hand to force that one straight. And because of that field, Ducket is trying to create something from nothing there. He's shuffled across outside of off stump and tried to shovel this through the leg side.
No run.
179 for 1. Half term, I reckon, for many this week.
You are. Good. Well, not for me because I'm over here or up there.
It's brilliant, isn't it? What a great place to come as a family. Bring your children in and watch Test cricket. A little inside edge, a minor win for Ireland in terms of making the batter almost make a fatal mistake. The edge is always in play in England, and the great majority of it worked for Zach Crawley last afternoon and evening. But just pushing hard hands away from that front pad. Brings him 1. The bowler would be satisfied that he's got the batter making a mistake. Speaking to Niall Horan yesterday from One Direction, and he said he's never watched Test cricket before, but he said what a great place to come and watch it. And it's the same for all these families here, all the children. What a great introduction into the sport. Come to Lord's.
In the air for a short while, but wide of McBride at mid-off, and to the short side brings Ducket his 11th boundary. It's generally played in very controlled fashion, although he scored very quickly. He's just put bad balls away. But the last 2 or 3 overs, you get the sense that Ducket has tried to create scoring opportunities. And that will be the benefit if Ireland can bowl steadily and accurately. England won't just look to block. Straighter this time, but not out of the middle. Haven't seen any off spin yet from McBride, but it can't be far away.
They need to make some sort of a change here. They can't keep continuing hoping for a wicket unless they are disciplined, but it's just the nature of the way England bat now. Anything wide, they make run scoring opportunities out of nothing, but be a regular good ball in Test cricket now with the use of feet, skipping down the track, walking across the stumps. Everything's in their hitting arc.
We're down to just the one slip and the gully now. Burney has put a man into short extra cover. I think that's a reasonable position for Ducket. But a far more defensive outlook now, not surprisingly. England already 14 to the good, 9 wickets in their first innings in hand. Second day stretching ahead, sun out, pitch is good. 186 for 1. .152 at the start of play. Already that has moved on to 186 in the opening half hour. No further damage done. Splendid array of hats and blazers and shirts. Ooh, it's a good ball. Seemed to wobble on the way through to the wicketkeeper, Lorcan Tucker, who got one on the end of the finger.
Yeah, wobble seam. Surprised Ollie Pope. A rare ball that beat the bat.
No.
That's good fielding. That extra cover saved a certain boundary. McCollum at extra cover. Four. Drilled down the ground. It's not the favoured area for Ducket. As we've mentioned, he's very, very strong square the wicket. But if you overpitch, he can send the ball back past you at a rate of knots, as he does here. 88 now. Pope at the non-strikers, then diving in, fearful that the bowler was going to get a knock onto the stumps, and you want to make sure he's got the bat in the right hand, which is the best way to go there, and he scampers back.
What? No, bang.
191 for 1.
Nice start to the day for England, thanks to Ollie Pope and particularly Ben Ducket. Slate grey and cold this morning when we arrived at Lord's, but now the home of cricket bathed in sunshine. And we've got a bowling change. On hand is going to bowl from the nursery end. Couple of slips, 4 on the offside, 3 on the leg side. Obviously not over attacking.
Been watching Ollie Pope with great interest this morning.
Have let us all know about.
Just looks like he's batting himself out of form to me. Pitch is a little slow. The bowling has been, well, let's be kind and say indifferent. He seems to be finding himself in some strange positions. Overbalancing on the front foot, trying to manufacture the odd shot. It can be difficult because you want to go out there and assert yourself against a weaker opposition with the bat. And if you're not careful, you can find yourself batting yourself out of nick.
Can happen though from day to day, can it? Bizarre nature of sport.
That's right. You don't always wake up in the morning and the body feels fresh and you're moving well and everything is in sync. Sometimes you have to battle to find it.
Field changing on the leg side. Mid wickets going out in front of the grandstand. The man from the offside has been placed into a straightish mid wicket. A little straighter perhaps at Ollie Pope.
Yeah, I don't think that's a bad ploy. Again, with that sort of overbalancing, the head just darting or diving towards extra cover as he moves forward. Can very easily just flip one into that short mid-wicket catching position, just overbalance a little, miss a straight one.
Can be exaggerated by the slope as well. Head going down the hill, as we've mentioned frequently when we come to Lord's. Fiddled away outside off stump. Pope doesn't look completely happy with it, but he's going to pick up 4.
Yeah, so often we highlight the battles between a certain bowler and a certain batter. Sometimes the battle is going on in your own head, fighting yourself, trying to get yourself moving the way that you would like to. The balance correct. He's still there.
I suppose with that battle going on, which is undoubtedly happening in Ollie Pope's head at the minute, at least in this setup, he has the clarity of knowing what he has to do, which is to take the positive option if in doubt. No ambiguity. Been interested in Ireland's tactics today. And the field's set by their captain, Balbirnie. 195 for 1. No, it's not the over because that's been given as wide. So 1 to go still to complete the 34th. But he set the field to Ducket with catches out on his strength for the cut. He's now set a field to bowl a little straighter to Ollie Robinson, and Ireland's bowlers just haven't been able to do it for long enough. Called him Ollie Robinson, didn't I? Ollie Pope, apologies. Right, that is the over. What a shambles of a performance that was, the last 2 balls from all concerned. I think I had Ollie Robinson in my head from that comment that made me chuckle when Nasser was interviewing Ben Stokes this morning, knocking Australia over. Admire his confidence.
Balbirnie has tried to be proactive, tried to set some definite plans. The issue for him has been that his bowlers haven't been quite good enough to maintain the discipline to bowl to the field set. There now will come over the wicket to the left-handed Ducket. The field is still set very much weighted to the offside. Must get the ball wide of off stump.
Well, that's outside off stump, but it's far, far too full. And Duckett's driving down the ground has been superb today. Brings up England's 200 in style. They lead by 28.
Again, it's just not the right line. If mid-off had been set straighter, then you bowl full. And just outside off stump, but the field is set for wide of off stump. 2 sets of stumps wide of off stump.
Run, run, run.
That's more runs, this time off the back foot. It'll bring Ben Ducket a couple, takes him to 94. One lusty blow away from 100, his second after that one in Rawalpindi. This is just his first Test match in the UK.
Why are blows always lusty?
Can't answer that. You're not going to say a delicate blow, are you? Well, that's away for more runs. All eyes on the umpire. It is 4 runs. So Ducket 2 away.
Delicately tickled.
A lusty tickle.
I mean, again, the line is just horrendous, isn't it, given the field set. Balbirnie is trying everything he can to try and give his bowlers protection if they bowl the ball in the right place. 7-2 offside field, and he's bowled it a foot down the leg side.
98 for Ben Ducket. Looks a bit stressed again, doesn't he, Baz? It's just one. 99 for Ducket. I think he's thinking, why didn't I get that a bit squarer or a bit finer? Such a big personal milestone draw, isn't it? 100 in Test match cricket, but at Lord's for any player. Ooh, bit of swing, and Pope deals with it. Couple finishes the 35th, 209 for 1. $100 partnership of 112 balls are made in good time.
Yeah, and it's not really been a product of England being hyper-aggressive. It's just been a product of them hitting deliveries that have been there to be hit.
Right then, Ducket 99, 2 slips, a backward point, a point, an extra cover.
Wait on.
On to the honours board he goes. What a moment for Ben Ducket. A moment he will never forget. Wonderful reception from the crowd here at Lord's.
I remember interviewing Ben Ducket in Pakistan during the T20 series, those 7 T20s. He was sort of chuckling away to himself, thinking that he might become a subcontinent specialist. And now he has played his first Test match in England and has notched up 3 figures.
More runs for Pope. That'll take him to 49, a dab down to third man. And it's all England still. They push their lead to 42. Fourteen fours in this innings so far for Ben Ducket, and what an opportunity to go massive. Not where he intended, but that will take Ollie Pope to his 12th Test match 50.
Time for a change out there for Ireland, I think. Tried with the medium paces. Best part of 36 overs now to get the off spinner into the game. Ducket will sweep and cut and carve. Might be able to get a few scouts out, maybe entice a mistake out of one of these 2 batters. And to change up the pace a little.
That's more runs. 4 down to third man, 219 for 1. Ducket 104.
Little misfield, and then arms raised in triumph. Big moment for Ben Ducket. He faced sterner tests over the course of the summer, for sure. It's a pretty good way of settling the nerves in your first home summer as an opening batter.
So Ducket 104. Ollie Pope 50. England's lead is 47. Curtis Campher is going to come in now from the pavilion end. So it isn't the change in pace that Mark Butcher was perhaps suggesting Andy Balbirnie could turn to.
More of a split field now. hedging bets a little, asking Camphor to bowl straight with Ollie Pope.
That's scuttled through. That's better from Ollie Pope. Certainly didn't try to overhit that, and he placed it beautifully.
Yeah, this is more like it. Again, we talk about the battle in the head of Ollie Pope, the battle with himself, the battle with his body. That time everything was in sync. Back foot stayed a little bit more anchored in the crease. He just lent into that drive.
This time through the leg side. Again, the placement is excellent, the timing is good. Down the slope, back-to-back boundaries for Ollie Pope.
Yeah, much more ease and grace about both of these two strokes from Ollie Pope. Had the feeling that he's been trying to hit the cover off it throughout most of the morning. Now it's just a little bit of timing. Bottom hand comes through at the end. You don't have to smash it. You get full value for your shots batting in England.
Burney has sent a fielder on the leg side onto the fence. Paul Sterling is stationed at first slip, and the captain himself goes into gully.
Yeah.
37 gone, 228 for 1. .32 runs in the last 3 overs, 76 this morning so far. Tick over a runner ball. And as you would expect, it's a fairly defensive field set the Fionn hand.
Wait on, wait on.
Just a little look at Ollie Pope in the previous over. First ball of the over, wide half volley. He gets way outside the line of the hands. He tries to belt the cover off the ball, loses a bit of control and stability with the back foot. That time much more upright, much less hand speed, much more weight into the ball.
flipped away and timed nicely. As I said, there is protection on both sides now for Fionn Hand. One thing Ireland have got to keep up is the body language. Can't let things just drift.
What are you imagining that they're going to do today? I think they might look at getting Ireland back in before the close of play this evening.
Well, I've just asked Benedict to do a little equation for me. We'll see what he comes up with. He's got the old school Casio calculator out. Other brands are available. Well, if they keep scoring at this rate, with 20 overs in the day to go, they'll be 400 ahead. You sort of wonder if it's the type of thing that Ben Stokes might do, just challenge the bowlers outright.
Well, I mean, if there's one thing that we know about this dressing room and this outfit, they get a scent the chance of a day off on Sunday, they'll take it.
That's off the outside edge, but more runs for Pope, down to third man and to the fence for 4. 236 for 1.
Not given the way Ollie Pope has played in this innings, and given the way that he plays generally, third man might well be the first position that you post as a captain to him.
Well, the lead is 64, partnership 127. Root in next. Brook, Stokes, Bairstow. So with those to come, this could get very, very ugly for Ireland quite quickly. Shouldn't forget the Nighthawk either. Was Lords kind to you as a batsman, as a player?
It was, yeah. Absolutely love playing test matches here. Something about just the sense of occasion of the whole thing just really very stimulating. And love the challenge of the slope and all of the other things. The concentration of keeping your balance, of making sure that the slope didn't affect your movements forward and back, was something that really seemed to concentrate my mind. So I love playing here. And strangely, in test matches, had no fun whatsoever playing at the Oval.
Didn't get the juices flowing?
Maybe it was too familiar, I don't know.
It's a good pitch back in the day.
Right on.
Average in the 40s here. Did you? 43 or so, Benny? 43. Nice.
Of course, the honours board and cricketing immortality, something that gets the juices flowing a bit.
That's fantastic.
Short arm jab. Much wrong with the delivery, barring a lack of pace, really. Ducket just shoveling that leg side. Bowler can't quite believe it.
Runs from the 39th over. England moved to 244 for 1.
Takes the run to that long on. Talking about liking the reverse sweep, there's not many that play it more than Ben Duckett. Sweep and reverse sweep. White ball cricket, he is a nightmare for captains. Actually, in white ball cricket, been working to try and hit the ball down the ground a bit more, because captains, the moment he goes in, puts 2 men out on the sweep and 1 on the reverse.
Good tips.
Watch your spread before we see a sweep or reverse sweep.
Very, very low. I think it's coming. And I think it's been a reason Andrew Balbirnie has been reluctant to bring McBride into the attack.
Good tips.
First hour hasn't gone Ireland's way at all, conceding over 90 runs in just 14 overs. Exceptional batting. Also some poor bowling. And just when you think things can't get worse as a captain, if Ducket continues to play all around the ground like he normally does against spin, his day could get a lot worse.
He's bowling it straight and quick because he knows that Duckett will get that sweep shot out. If he misses, he wants to be LBW and bowled in play. It's a good start. Brian just got to get some kind of control.
Wow.
246 for 1. Yeah, mentally it's going to be tough for Ireland, not just because the 2 that are in, but obviously with Joe Root, one of the all-time greats for England, to come in next, and then Harry Brook and Ben Stokes and Johnny Bairstow. There's plenty of batting to come.
It's certainly been a challenging time for Irish cricket in the field. Recent series against Sri Lanka, conceding over 4.5 runs and over in both test matches. This is no different. Something we've seen very, very regularly from the England batters, looking to put opposition bowlers under pressure at every opportunity, regardless of the quality of the bowling.
Interesting, talk about the mindset of Ireland, but also these 2 batters. I mean, for Ollie Pope, there is just 100, a Lord's 100 for the taking here. Just be ruthless, get your head down. You know there's going to be poor deliveries dished up, and just help yourself to 100. Sun's out, flat pitch. Or do you just want to entertain? Could argue for Ducket. There's a big 100 on offer, a double. Or does he just want to entertain? We shall see.
Yeah, and I think there's been a fine balance between entertaining, contributing or having an impact in the game. What McCullum and Stokes have asked of their batters is never to compromise that mantra. You will find a balance over periods of time in implementing that mantra. It's been unwavering. It's very calm at the moment. Almost a Noel Gallagher, a Liam Gallagher look today. The England Test captain.
Yeah.
I think once that selflessness isn't compromised, they will continue to get that backing in the changing room. Key, I think, to England's batting at the moment.
Just going down.
Yeah.
250 up for England, 250 for one. $250 for one. Speak to Rob Key about the type of cricketer, batter they're trying to pick for this England side. Some people are confused and thinking they just want batters who tee off. What Key and McCullum and Stokes want are batters who can absorb pressure but also put pressure onto the bowlers, back onto the bowlers. And you look at that lineup and most of them can do that batting wise. So say, I'll give you an example, someone like Hamid wants to know, how do I get back in this England side? He'll be asked, can you absorb pressure? Yes, obviously you can. Can you put the pressure back on the bowler? On the leg side. So anyone who wants to get into this side has to be able to do both of those, not just soak up pressure ball after ball after ball, but also not just tee off. Occasionally you have to give the bowler 20 minutes.
Very good, PJ.
Yeah, and you'd say at the moment, Nas, it's a very difficult side to break into as a batter due to backing and selection.
Get it, buddy.
And weight of runs scored by the batting unit. They bat so deep now that if one fails, the next seems to step up. continue in the fashion that is asked of them, but ultimately deliver.
Oh.
On the pitch, inside edge, 254 for one. Going back to what we've just been discussing about the type of batter they want in this side, and what you've said, it's quite a difficult side to get into now. And a tricky question for you: would a young Alistair Cook get into this side?
Yeah, that is a tricky question. I'm a firm believer that the quality of player that Sir Alistair was, the mantra, the team mantra he would have applied to his advantage and to the team's advantage, and therefore his determination and application that he's applied over the course of his whole career, very successful career, would have changed over that period. I always believe that players can adapt and change, and you can always ask more of players when there is a selfless goal or a team goal at stake. The challenge is getting players to buy into that team goal or team mantra.
But you understand my point, really? I mean, you know, they want attacking, go at the bowlers, put them under pressure. Is there no room in this side? I'll give you another name, Jonathan Trott. Just grind out 150. The currency is still runs.
Absolutely. But that man wants runs at pace. And if you can manage to do that, he will back you.
Finds the gap, which is difficult because there are 4 men there on the offside. And when you're 116 not out, you don't miss out. Moves to 120.
He's played magnificently well today. Plays it so late. A little bit more wrist in this cover drive, just to manipulate the ball through the gap and beat that man, that catcher. That short extra cover. Come back to your point, Nas, about the likes of Jonathan Trott, Sir Alistair Cook. That was the mantra in which a very successful England Test team used for a long period of time. As the 150 partnership comes up off just 157 balls. Remarkable stuff. But a lot of batters back then would follow that method because it was successful, and it would get you to where you wanted to be. And get the best out of your players. The game is changed because of the volume of white ball cricket that batters are playing. Skill level is just up their notch even more. So batters, if they do restrict themselves, almost leans them towards making a mistake and not using their strengths.
Yeah, we did that Ben Stokes interview this morning. It was another question I asked him. It didn't make the interview. I said, if you'd have a young Cook, a young Trott, a young Atherton, would you be interested in him in this side? And he said no, they'd have to wait to another regime, which is fair enough with Ath, to be honest, you know.
Well, it must have been a good question if it made the cut.
Ath got it cut out of the running order this morning.
I also think, rewind the clock to this time last year, Harry Brook banging out county runs and did so throughout the whole of the English summer, and under a different regime would have had a lot more opportunity, last summer because of the backing and selection, the trust built behind that. He had to wait his chance.
Short again, flayed away over the offside. Third man will pick it up. 2 more for Ducket. Runs continue to flow for England. 262 for 1.
Easy, jobber, easy, yeah. Move your feet. Jobber, very good again. Good tips. Wait on. Good ski, good ski. Up way, man, well done. All right, go. All right.
Pope slipped there, but he'll keep the strike. It's 265 for 1. Too high. He did shuffle across, but height an issue. They're going to have a look.
Okay, TV umpire to director, we have a player will be W, confirm on fair delivery. Can you show me the front on position, please? Spin mission is coming up. Can you rock and roll, please? Would like to see the alt-right. Flat line as the ball past the bat, no bat involved. You can go to the ball tracking. Waiting for the ball tracking, gents. Impact in line, wickets missing, Paul. Wickets missing. You can stay with your on-field decision. You're on the screen, make your signal now.
Yeah, height always an issue, but it wasn't as high as it looked first up. And he's not a tall man, Ollie Pope, but tall enough. And remember, because the on-field umpire's decision was not out, it couldn't just be trimming the bails. It needed to be absolutely thudding into middle stump. So they lose a review there, Ireland. Charge. was a good over. They need more of those, Ireland. 265 for 1. .265 for 1, lead by 93.
Oh!
So you played 16 test matches, continuing our type of batter and era, but you played in an era of Strauss and Cook and Trott and Bell. Did you feel like you had to bat like a test match player, and hence would you have loved to have played in this era and just went out and played like Owen Morgan, white ball player?
I think anybody that wants to play test match cricket would love to play under McCullum and Stokes. Certainly the breath of fresh air that the players are playing with, and certainly batting and bowling with, is that freedom that you play with as a kid and would be proud of. So to answer your question, yes, a resounding yes. But I wouldn't give up the 16 games I played in the team that I played with. In this team under McCullum and Stokes, I might not have played as many, might have played more, might not have played at all.
Get it, Sam.
The privilege of playing with some amazing batters, learning a huge amount from the likes of Cook, Strauss, Trott, Pietersen, Bell, Collingwood.
Come on, Jeremy!
That was a serious lineup. Took England to #1 in the world in the test rankings. The lineup that was, looking back.
Ollie, he's straighter. Straighter. No, buddy, no. Buddy, if you're going to do that, you need to go. Just on his right.
On the pitch, maybe saw him coming there. Keeper was shuffling down the leg side. 269 for 1.
.78 for Pope, and Ben Duckett's moved through to 126. Good session so far from England's batters again. thigh pad, I think. Running between the wickets has been good as well. Sangakkara alongside, and tough work for Ireland at the moment. England just in complete control.
Yeah, it hasn't got any better, has it? These two batters have been in complete control. Pope has been brilliant from the time he started. Ducket, a brilliant 100. Interesting, isn't it? 8 leaves. Dooley?
Nasser didn't like it. He had 8 leaves in his first 10 balls in Test cricket.
Yeah, that would be my first 10 to 12 balls, really, in each innings.
Right there, Pope.
It just illustrates, doesn't it, what Nasser and Owen Morgan were talking about, and the structure and the way that they want to play, and it just has freed Ben Ducket up. You look at the numbers his first time in the England side, and then you look at the numbers now and the player he's starting to become.
I remember watching him against spin. He had a quite a strange technique with his front foot going way outside the line of the stumps towards leg side, and then trying to play deliveries that were ragging on tracks in the subcontinent that really helped spin, and then reinventing himself as an opener. I think England's really freed, and the new approach has freed all the batters up, not just Ducket, but even a Joe Root. Seen him reverse lapping as soon as he comes in, and just a completely different mindset.
There was one last summer against Tim Southey, Edgbaston, where he just reverse swept him for 6. It sort of stuck in my mind the whole summer, thinking it's phenomenal. And Joe Root.
Yeah, there's so much chat about Test matches not lasting 5 days, but with the way England's playing, they put so much time back into each Test match. Pope again beautifully placed, 2 more runs. That if they do bowl well and they bat well, most Test matches are not going to last 5 days, but they're absolutely wonderful to watch.
It's the Russell Crowe theory, isn't it? The gladiator, are you not entertained? And if you're not, well, there's something wrong with you. Advancing, it goes short. Does, the bowler, 273 for 1. Certainly putting in a good shift for on hand. He's got the most pace of any of the Irish attack. A little bit to like about him. Enough to work with, I think.
Well, they just struggled, isn't it? They need a bit of high pace here and there in the attack, a little bit more skill. I would like the off-spinner McBride actually to the right-hander, go around the wicket, change up the angle, use the slope to feed that first slip. Anything that holds and maybe straightens, you have a chance of an LBW. Something different.
All right.
Can you go?
Lead over 100, and it's just
Can you go back one?
23, 24 minutes away from the lunch break. They'll be incredibly aggressive in that second session again. England will.
All right.
Will race away down the hill. Lovely flat bat drive.
Yeah, not much turn. Really good stride into that shot from Pope. He's really been a great player of spin. He's got all the shots, the reverse sweep, the sweep. All good players of spin actually managed to get to the pitch of the ball, hit against the turn, although there's not much turn here on the second day pitch at Lord's. But just beautiful control of the hands, getting those wrists through, whipping them through the line of the ball.
Oh.
It's just too easy, isn't it? The odd boundary, singles always on offer. Ben Ducket working the angle at the slope through the leg side for singles. What are you going to do as a captain? It's really tough, isn't it? There's not much you can do.
Good tips.
Yeah, I'm guessing keeping the team motivated somehow, finding a way, cutting down one side of the ground, thinking almost in a short. England are playing a short format game almost in Test match cricket in white clothing. So how do we shut down some scoring areas? And that does not happen on that occasion. Another good sweep shot from Ducket.
Yeah, the problem with trying to shut down one side is the fact that the batters now play the reverse sweep as well. So it's extremely difficult for bowlers to be able to really ask batters to only access one side of the ground. Again, Ducket, really good stride, head right in front of that pad, high back lift, flat bats it through the line of the ball, stretch of the arms, just a textbook sweep shot.
It's not really going off the straight for the spinner either, so very difficult for him at the moment. 284 for one.
What have you liked about Ducket? I mean, I've watched him, his compactness, the economy of movement, control of hands, but he's really looked the part, hasn't he?
Yeah, the feet movement I think has been a good thing. He doesn't get big strides, but he just gets himself in a great position, I think, doesn't he? From a left-handed point of view, you look at those players, always look slightly more elegant. I think we talk about with the left-handers, don't we?
It's always tough being a left-hander.
Always tough, Sanga. But stark difference when you look at Ducket and Crawley and height-wise as well, and we look at their interception points. He sits back, much like most short stature players, and you think of the greats of years gone by, and we go back to Sonny Gavaskar and Sachin, Tendulkar. Don Bradman wasn't a tall man. We give Aravinda from your part of the world. I mean, they play the square of the wicket shot so well. So he sits back. He doesn't get a long way forward.
Wait.
First step is always that little back and across, isn't it? He gets himself into that sort of position.
It's also nice to see that although the mindset and the approach seems similar all round in terms of their batting unit, the skill that each batter has is quite different, isn't it? Ducket to Crawley to Pope to Root, who's been this traditional Test match cricketer, who's again really embraced this new culture, and that's really paid dividends for him. And then of course you have Stokes, you have Brook. Now that's a heavy hitting batting lineup. They've got all skills now in terms of pace, spin, combating that. The only thing that I haven't yet seen is excessive movement and how they've dealt with it. And although you can expect it in terms of English conditions being overcast, green pitches, but in terms of Test match cricket, the pitches are going to be good. They're going to be true and hard as they go through the summer. I don't see a huge amount of chinks in terms of the way England are batting at the moment and will continue to bat.
That was a little bit tongue-in-cheek from Stuart Broad this morning when I was talking to him, but he said we've got a really strong top 8 because he comes in at 8.
He's always batted with the same approach, isn't it? It's like Mark Greatbatch in 1992 with pinch hitting in the first 15 overs. Everyone remembers Sanajay Suri and Ramesh Kalvitarna, but not much of Greatbatch. Maybe it's exactly what Brody means. I've been playing with the same approach that they're now saying is Bears ball. I batted exactly the same way.
Yeah, I heard you talking earlier or even yesterday about Ireland's approach and you know, the way getting an identity, I think, and it's one of the keys to Irish cricket. Just 7 Test matches, which is nowhere near enough if you're going to be a Test nation. better side. They were a better side, genuine cricket side, when they had players playing in first class cricket here in England. Made them a better side, made them a stronger side. They don't have that now. 287 for 1. The ability to play competitive first class cricket on a regular basis certainly helped their international side at white ball level, but they don't have a great first class structure set up, which I would think for a test playing nation it's a must.
Yeah, absolutely. We've had the same kind of chats in Sri Lanka, although we've got a rich history of first class cricket, club cricket, but there still needs to be innovation and reinvention from time to time, cutting down in terms of quantity, increasing quality of competition. Of our island is almost like starting from scratch.
Yeah, and it's tough on them, and you might look at the scoreboard and you think, okay, bowled out 172 on a relatively flat surface, 287 for 1. They're not competing, but there are underlying reasons for that. We can't just sit here and say that they're not good enough, because they're not getting the right conditions. That is a lovely bit of timing up the hill from Ducket, off the back foot.
Great placement as well. He's got very fast hands, and also they don't play enough test cricket either, so it's a double whammy for Ireland in terms of first class and test cricket. On the rare occasions they do play, to step up against such a good side is asking a lot, and perhaps a bit too much.
And as we all know, Sanga, this is the hardest form of the game. The shorter the format, the more opportunity you have to compete with top tier nations. The longer the format, the more you will be exposed if you're not up to scratch.
But all in all, it's great in terms of the pride Ireland takes in coming over here and playing in this test match, or in any test match really. They love the format. The players are enthused. They don't make any excuses. They want to come here and prove that they're good enough. And a lot of their batters definitely are. They just need that exposure, constant, continuous, high-class cricket for them to keep improving. There's a lot there for them to work with. Just need to perhaps look at finding a couple of bowlers with extra pace. I know Josh Little was in their plans, unfortunately not in the short or medium term, but those are conversations that they could have and really bring the best that Ireland has to offer in terms of cricketers into the fold.
Over from Ducket. This is racing down towards the boundary. Will be cut off. Yeah, first and foremost, you have to want to play, and if he's not in that position where Josh Little wants to play test match cricket, then that's his call as well. There are competitions around the world that want him in their side now. It's a drag down delivery. It's down the hill for 4 more.
That's a great example of why Ducket is so good. He didn't waste any time in terms of rocking back and moving back deeper into the crease. Sometimes when you try and do that, you lose a split second. Just from that solid base, he just shifts his weight, opens that front leg up, and just gets his bat through the ball. So quick onto anything short.
Goes back that little paddle sweep again. Moves through to 148. It is the 300 up, 301 for 1. Short to catching mid on for fee on hand. Just stick away there.
What would you be doing as a fast bowler if you're watching England play over the last year and really thinking about how to break through with the new ball, how to set the batters up? You talked about bowling to the batter's strength. Oh, that's a great shot again. He had a look at the first one, and as he always does, a little skip down the track to make a good length ball into a half volley. And great control as well. Doesn't try to hit it too hard, doesn't try to hit it in the air, just punches it. So what you sometimes perceive as a risky stroke, he minimizes that risk by just being in such good position and control. What would you be doing? What would the Australians be doing?
They'll be doing a lot of study on what has happened, but they'll also believe that you play on the opposition's ego a little bit as well. If they want to continue to play aggressively, you've got to fight a little bit of fire with fire, which I'm sure Australia will do. I think that Australia will certainly be doing that, Sanger. They'll fight fire with fire. They'll come hard at England and look to set them on the back foot early. It could make for some very exciting cricket, but there's no alternative to good hard line and length in Test match cricket. I still believe that if you whack away at a decent pace, and Australia have that in spades, on a good hard length, the ball just doing enough, you'll have that success. It'll be the biggest test for England, but they've passed every test so far as well.
Well, they'll also be looking to try and break through that opening partnership as quickly as possible. The way they play, England will definitely offer chances, and they've got the pace and the variety in their lineup to be able to really change things up. They can go short, they can reverse the ball if there's anything on offer, swing with the new ball. They're always great believers in hard line and length.
150 for Ben Ducket. That's just a tick better than a runner ball now. He has been superb.
Well, along with the fact that he's left only 8 balls, Dooley, he's just broken Donald Bradman's record for the fastest 150 at Lords. Donald Bradman did it in 1930 of 166 deliveries, and Ben Ducket here in 2023 does it in 150.
Not often the great Don Bradman's name gets taken from record books. Oh, 4 more. Pierce the gap.
It's a fascinating shot, really, when you talk about control of the hands and hand speed as the 200 partnership comes up. 203 from 208 balls. Let's forget the high elbow. Just get on that back foot and slap your hands through the ball. That breaking of the back wrist, the bending of the back foot to get as close and low as possible to the ball. Was it Gordon Greenidge who used to say that you never cover drive off the front foot, you always do it off the back foot? It's similar in terms of how he doesn't really step into the ball, Ducket. It's just in so much control and in such good form.
There's been a lot of talk too. We're talking Ashes, and of course it's a massive summer coming up for England men's cricket, England women's cricket, right across both facets of the game. The Ashes will take place right around England. I think Nathan Lyon's going to have a massive part to play as well.
Oh!
There's all the talk about the quick bowlers and line and length and going hard at the English batters as well from an Australian point of view, but Lyon's role in that Australian side is as important as any of them.
Good tips, really good.
Especially if the wickets are going to be hard and true. There will be rough created by the big tall Aussie bowlers for Lyon to take advantage of. But spin always plays a huge part. In terms of Australia, how they deal with Jack Leach being introduced early, how they actually take him on and actually try and take him out of the game. Would put a lot of pressure on Ben Stokes as well in terms of his bowling load and how much bowling he has to do to support the rest of his bowling stock.
There'll be a fantastic Ashes chat at lunchtime as well. Ian Ward will be with 2 Ashes skippers, part of our commentary crew, Nasser Hussain, Michael Atherton.
Good tips.
build up to the Ashes and a good chat at lunchtime, so make sure you stay with us through the break.
Wait there, Pietersen.
The back foot again, races away up the hill. Chase. Oh, brilliant work. Is that fee on hand? It is excellent work from the big fast bowler. So far down the pitch there, Ollie Pope, that he almost got run out, hitting it back to the bowler. Touch the thigh pad or not on that? Nothing at all. Eyes. Get one more in after this from the spinner for the luncheon interval. Pulls that away up the hill, and it'll be at least 2. And that should come back for 3. And they do come back for 3. And that is 100 runs in this session for Ben Ducket. Third player to do it in Test match cricket before lunch on this ground. 99 years ago, Jack Hobbs was the last. We've had Bradman and Hobbs in one session, Sanga.
Yeah.
Wow. A few of the many records, I think, that'll tumble the way England's playing in terms of batting tempo and speed.
Picked up the scoring rate considerably this morning. It's gone fine and will be cut off. And, Pope will come back for 2. Good short ball from fee on hand to finish the over. 323 for 1. Threw one more over of off spin before lunch.
A chance for Pope to get 100 as well. It's been a brilliant partnership for England. The dressing room couldn't have asked for anything more. As Brody said, it's a good day to be a bowler. Sit back and watch.
There's no better day from a bowling point of view to turn up to a ground when you're none or one down, having bowled the opposition out the day before. You just feet up, coffee. You don't even want to look anywhere near your bowling boots. You want to keep that bucket hat on all day. Eat as much as you like, Sanga. You just, these are the days you absolutely make a mess of yourself from a bowling point of view.
Great lunch at Lord's too. Best place to go.
Order at least 2 to 3 plates. And your captain decides to declare after lunch and you're all full.
Belly, belly.
Chris Wokes off to the nets for a bit of practice with Jitin Patel.
Wait there. No. Good lad, not very good. Good tips.
Last ball before lunch. A terrific session from England's point of view. Defended. And Ben Ducket will wander away to lunch very, very happy with his performance. 161 not out. A little bit more tense maybe for Ollie Pope.
Sun has been out while bowling.
Yeah.
Oliver Pope spent the first hour this morning trying to come to terms with himself as much as anything. Perhaps the feeling was that you should be going out there and bashing the bowling to all parts, and rather trying to overhit at times. Lost a bit of timing, but seemed to have got that back in the second hour leading up to lunch. 2 runs away from a 4th Test match 100. And a terrific turnaround for him as England's number 3. An excellent choice that was, to pick up the phone and call Ben Stokes and offer up his services in that vacant position. Slow ball from Markadir.
Yeah, first change of pace we've seen today. Various different plans in Ireland so far. There's just been a lack of consistency, a lack of discipline, and what they're trying to achieve has been understandable. They come into this Test match undercooked in many ways.
Yeah, a huge lack of experience in first class and of course Test match cricket for the entire team. Skipper Andrew Balbirnie is only playing his 7th Test. Peter Moore, the most experienced player, with 12. I guess, I suppose, could say as well, these guys will have played a lot of white ball cricket. Could they perhaps have gone a little bit more to white ball mode in terms of trying to slow England up?
Yeah, I think you have to make your strengths work for you. Each team, each individual has different strengths. Job within the backroom staff, within the leadership group, is to allow your players to free up, play that kindled spirit that we like seeing. Don't have to look very far to find inspiration. Across to the home changing room here at Lord's. That England Test team is full of it, full of fire, full of ambition, full of desire to commit to a common goal.
Without being cruel, the skill level in both dressing rooms is a worlds apart. So to a certain extent, Ireland are up against it right from the off. Oh, little edge. Slower balls, white ball skills indeed coming to play for Mark Adair. 3-2-6 for 1.
I think a little edge from Ducket here. Another slower ball from Adair. Off cutter. Just finds Duckett's glove. No pace on the delivery. So falls short of Lorcan Tucker.
Come up. Enough, please.
Andrew McBride held the line for a little while pre-lunch until Ducket got after him with the sweep shot. Continue from the nursery end. Scamper. No chance for 2. Short boundary up the hill. Settle for a single. I guess there are times if you wander off prior to lunch 2 away from the century, you might not feel too hungry, might not have much of an appetite. You think Oliver Pope was quite relaxed about it today?
Yeah, I'd imagine the atmosphere in the changing room, 300 plus for the loss of 1, was very, very relaxed. Actually, I guarantee you it would be relaxed with a certain Ben Stokes, Brendan McCullum there. They would have been very excited. Another batter staring down the barrel of going on the honours board.
So the field comes up. Ollie Pope 1 away from a milestone. Perhaps the spectre of the name being etched up on that board will cause him to have a brain fade and give his wicket away. Ireland in saving the single pretty much everywhere apart from mid-wicket, who's about 20 yards from the boundary. Finds the man at backward square. Tumbling stop, amazing out. The approaching milestone can put energy into the legs of the fielding side, where it was missing before.
Oh! Very good here, lads. Really good. So 1. Throw, Huey.
Scampers through. And a gentle punch of the air. Nothing overly dramatic for Ollie Pope. Fourth Test match 100, his 3rd at number 3. Broad smile on his face. He might not make a more straightforward one his career. He'll certainly be extremely happy to see his name up on that board.
What a moment for the young man. Just 126 deliveries, 12 fours. Very, very elegant, free-flowing for the majority of his innings.
Just settle, get the heart rate back down again. Retake your guard and go again.
Right, right.
Change of pace again. A little off cutter that seems to be biting and turning.
There's definitely been a clearer plan from Adair post-lunch. Regardless of the situation of the game, Ireland need to have some sort of a plan. Can see a couple of catches in place. Short cover, short mid-wicket. Definitely better direction. First session really did get away from them. Excellent batting. Some wayward bowling. A little bit more disciplined since lunch. Well, I wonder what the menu was, Butch. Normally excellent here at the home of cricket.
Oh, a shot. That's high class from Ollie Pope. Bowler takes the pace off. You put a bit of pace back on with your footwork.
Well, shot of the day from me. It's some beautiful cover drives earlier. Just advances down the wicket. Doesn't try and overhit the ball. Beautiful.
I don't think you're getting that. Pope is a long way down the pitch. Trying to advance his score, trying to advance England's cause. I don't think there's going to be a review. No, nothing doing. Another over ticked by England. A Graham Gooch for one, 3-3-3. Fantastic moment, no matter the opposition. 100 at Lord's. I wonder what was on the menu. Might have asked for the wine list. I think if I was the Ireland captain at this situation.
Maybe tomorrow's lunch. Be requesting the menu through to try and make the wine pairings appropriate. This game is fast forwarding at a pace that we have seen before.
It can be cruel as well, can't it? I mean, it felt at times as though it was torturous for the Ireland bowlers, for the Irish captain who's trying to set a field to players. The bowlers weren't able to stick to them. Ducket finds wide open spaces at mid-wicket. You can hit that sweep shot 180 degrees.
Very nice tips.
Maybe 270 degrees. So adept is he at finding gaps with it.
And the control he plays this with, exceptional. Second slog sweep today, and the result is the same.
Wait! Moving, Hughie. Very good, very good.
And there's the other side. Ben Ducket doing his best to prove my protractor skills.
One of the best in the business at the reverse sweep. Certainly does make it his own in all formats of the game. Again, played extreme control.
Had periods of time in first-class cricket, even in Test match cricket, fielding for best part of 3 days when Lara got 400. Well, that is going to go all the way, I think. Yes, Ben Ducket has really tagged that. Full array of sweep shots from Ducket.
Well, this over gets better and better. 3 sweep shots, 4, 4, 6 are the results. Again, watch how still he is when he makes contact. He really is enjoying himself today.
Wait there!
The runs continue to pile on. 347 for 1. I was thinking about the Lara 400. Talk about that in a minute, because here's a Pope 100.
It's been exceptional to watch. Very balanced at the crease. This was last night. Into swing, but swinging right out of the middle of his bat. And into today. Took a little bit of time to get going. When he did, scored all around the ground. And there it is. What a moment for the young man. Acknowledges the changing room. Kisses the badge.
Incident in the previous over. Adair perhaps thought about reviewing this against Ollie Pope. Pope came a long way down the pitch, and in the end that would have discounted any appeal, because he's over 3 meters down. The ball would have gone on to hit the stumps. It's proved just how often the ball clatters into the 3 sticks. Dab down to third man from Pope, a real signature from him. So I was thinking again about the Lara 400. So about 2 3/4 days, I reckon we fielded in Antigua, burning hot. I mean, the series was won, so there's no harm done. But you got the feeling that you were going to be out there for a very, very long time. Playing against this England team, however, if you're getting battered, you kind of got the feeling that they're going to call him in at some point, but they're not going to put you through the misery of a 700 or 800.
Yeah, that feeling of spending so much time, feeling is not a good one, particularly when you're not creating opportunities. You look around at times to the opposition balcony and think, are they going to declare? How many is enough? I don't think they're satisfied at the moment. It's Marcus Trescothick under that towel. Can only see his sunglasses. He is not moving.
Yep.
And I guarantee you, he will have had a big lunch. Excellent work in the deep. Saving one. Fionn Hand is the man. There he is, England batting coach. He's going to be happy. Full belly. 352 for one on the board.
Who is the chef now at Lord's? It was Nancy for all those years, wasn't it? Who is it now?
I actually think it's changed again. So the name...
Oh, don't tell me you don't know.
I can't think of the name at the moment. I can tell you who serves the wine.
I remember playing at Scarborough for the first time back in the early to mid 90s. Surrey, Yorkshire, up there on the coast, and they would have bottles of beer on the table at lunchtime. Tradition. I'm not sure when it stopped being a regular thing for cricketers, but there was always alcohol served at lunchtime up until a certain point in the professional game. Famously, Harold Larwood used to refuel himself on a few pints of bitter between terrifying spells in the Bodyline series. 3-5-3 for one.
A common question is always, wouldn't you like to play under the captaincy of Ben Stokes and coach Brendan McCullum? So, I look back to those times that you're talking about, Butch, and if you rewind the clock a little bit further, might have enjoyed yourself a little bit more.
Oh, I don't know. I had a reasonable amount of fun during my time as a player. Much as Nasser Hussain tried to curb that, it wasn't always successful. Well, speaking of having fun, these two are playing stress-free cricket at the moment. I know that's very much England's watchword anyway, but it can barely be less stressful out there batting at the moment. Youngsters in during half-term. Getting a good look at this England team up close and personal. Getting a good look up close at the Duke ball, which has been knocked out of shape, which is hardly surprising, given that it's gone at sixes from the start. Gladstone Small, always with a smile and an anecdote. And David Milnes, Yorkshireman, bowled with distinction for title-winning Leicestershire sides in the 90s. Brings out the replacement balls to umpires Holdstock and Wilson. If you're the Irish team, you're thinking, get me a soft one. I don't want anything that's hard and is going to go ricocheting off the boundary board.
You would question as to why they've brought it to the umpire. Yes, traditionally you want it to swing and seam, the ball to be hard. But when times are tough, you want a ball that has no air in it whatsoever. Very difficult to hit, strike. Clearly not.
Right, we've settled on a new conker. And we're going to get a bowling change as well. Graham Hume will replace the off-spinner McBride, who's been swept out of the attack by Ben Ducket. Hume, Bernie and the rest of the Ireland team will hope that if it is a harder ball, that it swings and nips round corners. Might be an idea for Lorcan Tucker to come up to the stumps. Just try something different. Come up and try and box Ducket and Pope in a little bit.
I think that'll be a good idea. You consider the pace that Hume bowls with, the nature which he's trying to do. Just keep him in his crease, possibly get one to move and trap him in front.
Flayed away. And racing up the slope. The boundaries keep coming, whether it's pace or spin. Still no third man. 250 partnership comes up. And Ducket scampers back for 3.
Yeah, excellent batting, excellent running. That desire to get as many as they can, as quickly as they can. They're burning very strongly.
Oh, he's knocked him over. The change of ball has done the trick. And Ben Ducket, 18 shy of a Test match double 100, has had his poles removed, and something to celebrate for the Irish.
Well played, Ben Ducket. It's more width from Hume, but it's the length that does it. Back down the slope, possible inside edge as well, so a little bit of luck, but excellent from Ben Ducket. An innings to remember for him and a great start to the summer. He goes for 182. England 361 for 2.
Joe Root out in the middle of Lord's now, average of 50. And superb for England in the last year and a bit, and prior to that as well. Finally some success for England, for Ireland I mean. Very stylish Nasser Hussain in alongside me.
No!
Thank you, Dooley. 361 for 2. Yeah, finally. It's been hard toil. Just coming in on the angle, a little drag on. Definite movement in there. Would have hit the middle of the bat if it hadn't moved. Nipped back and hit the inside edge. A brilliant, brilliant innings.
I guess that's one of the downsides of playing with that angled bat, which he tends to do often, rather than the dead straight face, that if the ball does move a little bit, particularly into him, then he has a big chance of getting a lot of inside edges. But we haven't seen a lot of movement for most part.
Pulled nicely. 14 boundaries now for Ollie Pope.
He's looked really good since around about 40-45. Mark Butcher was talking about it earlier. Overhit the ball a little bit perhaps early on, but he's really found his range from the mid-40s and beyond 50. Exceptional.
Into movement there as well. Just suddenly, whether, I don't know if it's reverse swinging or orthodox swing or just down the slope, but definitely some movement in.
Yeah, changed the ball after 59 overs. That one is a bit of swing, a little bit of seam as well. 5 balls after the change, it produced the wicket.
That one just held its line. So this ball, the ball change, definitely it's just doing a little bit more.
Fly ride.
The dreaded ton up for Mark Adair. 0 for 100.
Hume's been the pick, hasn't he? Along with Fionn Hand, the 2 wicket takers, but 4.85 for Graham Hume. Context of the run rate, which is over 6, relatively good.
Oh, close, very close, long way across. bowler thinks he might have inside edged it. No one can convince the captain. Maybe there was some inside edge. Captain's not interested. 366 for 2.
A little shuffle down the pitch, I think, from Joe Root. It's definitely nipped back. Ooh, was there? Very closed face. So if it did just roll off the face, that's exactly what Adair was thinking.
Yeah, this ball has just definitely done a little bit. Root was down the pitch, working to leg. Maybe a little inside edge saved him. Three slips in now for Joe Root.
A big appeal, and it's Adair who thought there was a little scratch, and he was spot on. A little scratch on the inside edge of the bat. It's a little bit of movement.
Yeah, and Joe Root hasn't had much batting of late, red ball batting especially since February in New Zealand.
No!
He loves this ground, though. He really does. He's played some magnificent innings at this ground. It's the sort of place that when you crack, you just want to keep batting here. Some people don't crack it. Some of the greats aren't on those honours boards. The likes of Sachin, Tendulkar, Shane Warne. But when you crack it the first time, you just love coming back. And the pitch again. There we go, 500s this time last year against New Zealand, a match-winning 100 that set the tone for England with the new regime, averaging 52 and a bit. He's away. Not for a boundary, just a couple. 369 for 2. Could do with some time in the middle in white ball, in red ball cricket rather. Root, Brook and Stokes. We shall see if they get that time. Ollie Pope has been playing county championship cricket, has been in good touch. That'll be a wide, too high.
There's never been a question about Joe Root's ability, and part of the, the Fab Four, the Fab Five, call them what you like, of the last little while. But under his captaincy, that average had dipped down to 47.
Nicely driven up the hill. That'll go away for 4.
These have looked good in the last couple of hours from Ollie Pope. Cover drive, just easing into it, not looking to overhit the ball, holding his shape, timing it beautifully away up the hill.
Oh, has he nicked that? Or did it just wobble? I think it might have just been wobble. Yeah, byes given.
Certainly just doing a little bit more, isn't it, this ball? We've seen a couple seam. This one has held its line and then really wobbled and dipped. It got the old, you call it UFO on it, didn't it?
Yeah, that seam position was perfect, and then it got in an awkward position and dipped. Nightmare for the keeper. Oh, that's going down. Change of ball, I tell you. The last half hour, a little bit in, a little bit out, and batting suddenly a bit trickier.
All over them all of a sudden. What's going on? This has got, I think, just the gap between the thigh pad and the top of the pad from Ollie Pope on this occasion. Just have a look at this movement. Excessive all of a sudden. You're right, nipping down. Missing leg. Yeah, and I talked about Joe Root, just captaincy and batting. I mean, you can talk about it, NAS, and whether it was easier, whether it made it a tougher job, whether you sort of concentrate so much on the captaincy that your batting just suffers a touch or not. I mean, you take 46 all day, every day, and twice on Sundays normally, but it just dipped a bit as captain. Back to his best now in the last year or so, absolutely.
I will say I'm amazed how well Root held it together as a batter, actually, how he was carrying that side. This is a real challenge for the batters now. It's not, he's come in, he's watched everyone absolutely smash it everywhere, and suddenly the ball is doing everything.
Haven't played and missed all morning. Quite incredible. Bit of carry as well.
Ben Stokes should say, right, we'll declare, and can we have that ball that you've just been bowling with, please? All that theory about Lords look up and bowl in cloudy skies. Sunny, and Joe Root, a world-class player, can't lay the middle of bat on it. Yeah, going back to him, all the things he had to do as captain and during COVID. He was running the show. He was often in at 20 for 2 or 10 for 1 if he was up the order. Those stats are incredible, actually. Good solid forward defence. 377 for 2. Blue skies, but breezy to Lords. Cool, actually, up there. Was much debated, wasn't it? Ollie Pope, when he stood on off stump, he took his offside game out of the equation. Then 18 months ago, he started to stay a little bit more leg side of the ball, just to open up the offside, like he started really. And just by staying a little bit more leg side of it, you've seen how he's opened up third man and gully and backward point. And see the runs there, 49% square of the wicket on the offside. And add to that, just in front of square. It was a phase that English cricket went through. A lot of the batters were standing on off stump, and it just means that you don't open up that offside as much. He's gone back to orthodox.
Two players I can think of. One of them, the other one's out in the middle, Joe Root. He scores a lot of runs down there, gets his innings underway. Kane Williamson. It's a very productive area for him to get underway. He plays the ball late under his eyes, uses that area a lot. So not surprised if you look at those two players in particular and you want to maybe emulate, you could find two worse players around the world than those two.
There it goes for that reverse scoop. Done it a few times in Test match cricket. Did it at Trent Bridge. He's done it here. He ended up in an awkward position, to say the least.
He got too close, too far outside off stump, and it just bounced on him a touch. If he'd been slightly more leg side, a long way out of his crease. Slightly more leg side, he would have been able to get enough bat on it.
Goes again. How would you have reacted, Simon Doull, if someone tried to reverse scoop you for 6 in a Test match twice?
I don't know whether the next one would have bounced.
They're going to have a look. They're just going to have a look on the review.
TV umpire to director, we have a player review for LBW. It's a fair delivery. Can you show me the front on spin decision, please? Spin decision is coming up. Very close to the bat. You can go to the ultra edge, please. No bat involved. You can go to the ball tracking when it's ready. Ball tracking is coming up. Its impact outside the line. Adrian. Its impact outside the line, you can stay with your original decision. You on the screen, make a signal now.
Yeah, not a great review that. He was clearly outside the line. That's what he does. He shuffles across to cover his stumps.
Very kind of you, Nasser. Not a great review. It's atrocious. And Balbuni, I don't know who convinced him to go for that, but
Don't know what the delay is here, actually. There's a delay. I think during the review, the keeper so knew it wasn't out, he's run off to the loo. Lorcan Tucker caught short. It's a long run, actually. He probably would have gone down the stairs, through the long room, then down to the right, to the gents' toilets down there, past a few members.
No!
378 for 2. Just the one wicket in the day, just the one wicket this session. That was the wicket of Ben Ducket. And batting has just been harder work in the last half hour. Simon, you do a lot of cricket around the world. You do a lot of franchise cricket as a broadcaster. Obviously the Ashes next in a couple of weeks' time. Does the modern batter fret about changing formats and not having much time in the middle? You know, you look at Root, hasn't played much in the middle, red ball. Brook, no red ball. Stokes, no red ball. Did they worry if they turned up to the Ashes, Edgbaston not hit it in the middle?
Honestly, don't think so.
In the air, safe.
He's having some good fortune, but they're certainly creating some opportunities here. Ireland now with this change of ball. I don't know what it is, whether it's just a little shinier one side, the seam is a touch harder. It's standing up now and then. This has just seemed away a little bit, caught Ollie Pope by surprise. Leg cutter, and it's just stood up a touch. In answer to your question, I don't think so. I think the way they train nowadays and the way that all of these players net is very similar, whether it be red ball form and probably more so England, because of the nature of the style of game that they want to play in the white clothing. I'm not sure their net structure will be a lot different. For someone like Joe Root, see what he does in the middle straight away out there. For Brook, for Bairstow, that they've been netting them, getting plenty of net time, and I don't think it will be any different to what they would have done in the prior to this.
There is that shot that Simon Doull was talking about. Root and Williamson just open the face. They'll take 3.
So you might be a little more inventive. Look at T20 players compared to Test match players. I mean, great players are great players. There are very few players will be remembered as just T20 greats because their records are okay. But you think about AB de Villiers, who was probably one of the best T20 players for 3, 4, 5 years. Still a great Test player. Virat Kohli, still a great Test player.
Pitch and a bit of a hack. And he gets it leg side. There's no deep mid-wicket. There's a deep square leg.
Joe Root doesn't play a huge amount of T20 cricket. Kane Williams has played a bit here and there. But they're still very good Test match players. And what I think I saw with AB de Villiers in the early days, when he was probably the benchmark, it was the tempo. He didn't play a whole lot of different shots, but he just upped his tempo.
I think he's upped his tempo here as well, Ollie Pope. With the ball moving around, he's saying, right, I've got 128, I'm coming at you. 387 for 2.
And I think what the great players can do is exactly that. Benny's just talked about Chris Gayle, Test match triple hundreds. He played 100 Test matches for the West Indies. People think about Chris Gayle as just a white ball player or a T20 player, but he served his country incredibly. He served the West Indies, sorry, incredibly well as a Test match player. think the greats just up the tempo, that's all. That's Ollie Pope been doing. 82-80 this morning when Ben Ducket upped his rate. Now in session number 2 he's been a little more aggressive.
Yeah, I think it's because this ball has done a bit more and he's just sort of been a bit fidgety, and there's been a couple of leading edges. I think he's going to be a bit more positive and attacking. Bit of touch as well. Third man's wide, and that will be 4.
Well, we highlighted it just an over or so ago, the runs he's scored in that area. This is just a little knock on the head, almost past him. It is past him, and he just taps it on its head, allows the pace and the angle of the bat to run away down the hill.
And the pitch saw him coming, dragged it down, hasn't been timed. Movement from Pope, movement from the ball.
This is genuinely swung. I know it's slightly wide of off when it starts, but you can see there, genuinely moved away, and Pope is completely off balance when he's trying to hit it because of that.
There you go, Joe Root. That's how you do it.
Well, now he's playing with the swing because he saw that previous ball go that way and decided to, well, rather than running down the pitch and looking to hit it through the covers, I will use the swing on offer, and the angle of the bat well executed.
No change to the field, so the option is there again if he wants.
Oi.
397 for 2. Time for some drinks.
So the players have finished their drinks break. Andy Bilburney is taking a leaf out of the Stokes captaincy manual and has posted a leg slip to go with 2 orthodox slips, perhaps with that in-swing in mind from Adair.
Whoa.
Say Root now 5 off 16 balls, and England certainly look to kick on, but he hasn't had much time in the middle, as you know, Sanger, over the last couple of months, so he's got to balance the need of the team with him just trying to find a little bit of rhythm and fluency.
Yeah, he just needs to take a little bit more time. He came in, he wanted to keep the tempo going, started using his feet. Lucky to get an inside edge on that one, pretty much in front.
Yes.
With the ball hitting him on the pad. But that's Root's game now. He likes to be proactive. He's busy, just like Pope. He's all the shots in the book. So yeah, he needs some time, especially before the Ashes. Spent a lot of time in the IPL with us. He was just absolutely brilliant around the group. Worked really hard in the nets, but it was white ball. It was with a different mentality. But then I think the mentality doesn't matter in terms of how England want to play. It's exactly how they want to play in terms of Test cricket as well. And he'll fit right back in. He just needs to take a breather, let Pope take the lead for a while. And once he's set, he can play all the shots that he has.
Swing again, but it is met by a very straight bat from Joe Root. Did he take any Red Dukes balls out with him to practice?
He actually did ask for some red ball training. We arranged it even last season for Darryl Mitchell and Trent Boult because they were getting ready past the IPL for Test cricket, and we didn't have the opportunity to do the same for Rooty this year. But then the conversations were there because he had, of course, while he was with us, in his mind that the Ashes were just around the corner as well.
Yes.
400 comes up with that push into the offside, and England's lead is 228.
He sat back in the dressing room and watched the ball do nothing much, and the batters make quick runs, and then he comes in, the ball gets changed, and now he's swinging all over the place. So he needs to just take a little bit of time.
Well, it shows how quickly Zach Crawley and Ben Ducket got out of the gate with that opening partnership of 109. That was the quickest bit of the innings so far. Just a gully for Ollie Pope. Should be 2. It's all very well having some red ball Dukes practice in India, but it's not the same conditions, is it? The Dukes ball isn't going to react in the same way as it did, say, yesterday morning.
No, definitely not. Especially where we were based in Jaipur, they were slow, not a huge amount of bounce or pace. But I think it's just a case of trying to get used to the swing and get the mindset back into red ball cricket.
Just bounced to end the 67th. 402 for 2. Well, that's very skillful. Hit it on the top of the bounce. It wasn't just that, not just the timing. Look at the way he just opens the face to find the gap to the left of backward point. That's an exquisite shot.
And this is more like Root, isn't it? Waiting for the ball. He came in, he started using his feet really early, started reverse lapping, and just like Joe Root, to take a little bit more time. Take 15 to 20 balls really to get in, get acclimatized, get into rhythm, and then he can do whatever he wants to do.
Well, to go back to your question a little earlier, one of the great things to enjoy about the batting of Joe Root is how quickly he scores his first 30 runs without you really noticing. This little dabs into the offside, it's a glide down to third man, a tuck for 2 on the leg side. It's almost like he ticks over without trying. He's a naturally quick scoring batsman from ball 1. You look up and all of a sudden he's got 30. Bit of comment passed about his comment about trying to find his sort of role in the side. Surely his role is to just be Joe Root. Now once he gets going, then perhaps be a bit more expansive, but he scores quickly, early.
It's also perception, isn't it? You have players around him that of a different mold to the traditional Test cricketers that we've seen Joe Root play among. And suddenly you might get the perception, oh, he's not hitting all these unorthodox shots, he's not using his feet, he's not putting pressure back on the bowlers. But actually, like you said, the more he bats, the quicker he scores.
Width afforded, but not leapt upon by Ollie Pope as he finds extra cover. You'd say with Joe at the minute, 22 balls, his faces 13. That would be a relatively slow start for Joe. A couple of factors for that. He hasn't played, and he came in when the ball had just been changed and it was moving around. but normally those would be closer to a runner ball.
And the key, like you said, Wardy, is to be comfortable being himself in this setup, because what he does and how he does it is exactly the foil that England needs at that position of number 4, especially going forward through the Ashes. Someone who does score quickly, has the ability to bat long, can absorb pressure, is never tied down for too long, brilliant against spin, brilliant against high pace. So for Root to be just Joe Root, that's a challenge sometimes when you see what's going on around you.
Right.
Oh, lovely. Point dived over that one a little bit. Running hard, and they're going to scamper back for 3 as the flow sails over the head of the keeper, brings up the 50 partnership. 4-11 for 2. Drag down, Root gets it past short, fine leg. But yeah, I agree with you. It was the same for Jack Leach, wasn't it, yesterday? There's not going to be any big spin. It's day 1 of a test match for Jack, and it's only day 2 here for McBride. So it's subtle changes in crease positions and angles.
Good.
And lots to like about McBride. He's got good pace, good dip, he puts a lot of revs on the ball. Good action, good strong action as well.
Yes.
Tries to catch it. Long on is in place. And it's going to evade him. And the umpires are checking. They have gone all the way. The boundary rope is in a little bit. Yes, indeed, says umpire Wilson. Career best for Ollie Pope, 147 not out.
A great approach from Ollie Pope. When you want to hit a 6, the field doesn't matter.
I think Ollie Pope might be incredibly aggressive now against the off spin of Andy McBride. Showed his clear intentions with that 6. Root follows suit with mid-on up. That sailed over his head. Another 6 in the over. England taking a liking at the minute to the off-spin.
This is sometimes what we miss about Joe Root's game. He has this incredible balance of touch and power. Doesn't really seem to hit a ball in anger, but he's got that strength in him to really go over the line. He's got great placement, his ability to work the ball, and the use of the depth of the crease when he plays spin. It's something incredible to watch.
So that is over. 69 overs have been bowled in this innings. Overs left in the day, 46. A lot of time, isn't there? Still to go.
What do you think England's plans are, though? They're going to pull out just after tea, just before? What's going to happen?
What a shot that is. At times Ollie Pope has looked a little out of sorts in terms of his balance on occasions, but that was absolutely thumped down the ground with terrific poise. It's a sensational way for him to go to 150, 152 not out.
The great thing about his entire innings is the way he's controlled his shot making. When usually you step down the ground or step down the pitch ready to try and hit a spinner or a fast bowler, especially now, you always tend to think that he's going to hit it hard, but he's just timed it, changed up the length, made it into a half ball and hit through the line.
Down again, slashing away, another 4.
Surprised Sterling a little bit. He's been there at first slip for a long time, Woody. Never really looked like anything coming his way until just now.
Statuesque figure of Paul Sterling. That slip. Pope is clearly upping the ante here. So what do you think England will do with the time remaining in the game today? I saw Chris Wokes at the lunch break and I said, "You fancy having a go?" I'm not him, he's not playing, but the team can have a go tonight, and he sort of smiled and walked away. Probably. You want to give yourself some meaningful time at them tonight if you want to really make a difference, really make a dent if you can.
Anything over 300 runs in terms of the lead, I think that's more than enough. They might push to 350. Doesn't take them long, does it, really, to score the runs? So they might give themselves a little leeway in terms of getting some of these batters some time out in the middle, but yeah, anything over 320 to 350, it's a good declaration point.
Well, they'll be there by tea, won't they?
Yeah.
For about 2, sent him back. 438 for 2.
Yeah.
2,000 test runs now for Ollie Pope.
Vice captain now as well, officially. Is that a little tap on the shoulder to say be ready once Stokes decides
Yeah.
to leave the captaincy, whenever that may be? I think Pope is the right person to lead the side.
Trying to get rid of Stokes already.
Now, it's an interesting one, isn't it? When you do your succession planning, you want to find someone who will just take it on and continue the journey and enhance it, but not try to change anything or not take. Again, they've started back. What a shot. That's an absolutely brilliant shot. He's playing with the bowling. He's pulled out the paddle sweep a few times. A reverse paddle against pace, but this one almost a dill scoop in terms of where he's played that.
How has he played that? Reverse paddle over the head, a la, well, sort of Dilshan. It's a hybrid of Dilshan's scoop. Pounded away, leg side, another boundary. And Pope is rocking along.
Yeah, really impressive the way he's played with the field. All the shots that were labelled as high risk now, just part of everyday life for an English Test batter.
well, from the unorthodox, the ball before, to almost the MCC coaching manual, how to play the back and across pull shot. 1, 2, bang. Real drag now.
Good tips. Yeah.
448 for 2. Last 6 overs, 61 runs, quite so. Run rate at 10.17. The charge is on. About 35 minutes until the tea break. I think England's lead would be well beyond 300 by tea. And we'll watch the balcony and see what Stokes decides to do.
Yes.
Yeah, there'll be some tired legs and tired minds in the Irish camp. England bowlers have had a good rest. They'll need a good hour and a half, at least, of the Irish batters today, perhaps more.
Well, there'll be some tired minds, some tired legs. I mean, they've not been out in the field that long, only 71 overs and 1 ball, but I imagine it's all a bit, must be a great feeling of deflation with the way things have gone so far for Ireland. So that potentially can put you in a little bit of a negative mindset. They're a proud nation and a proud cricketing nation, but this will be a challenge, as it's been throughout the game. 451 for 2. Contorted positions you see batsmen get into these days in Test match cricket. You can see the real acceleration in that 950. Comfortably the fastest of the innings so far.
It's fabulous to watch, isn't it? I mean, Test cricket, who would have thought that it'll be a hotbed for innovation in every single way? Shot making, in team philosophy, in scoring rates. It's actually been, after England started this journey, something for the rest of the world to really think about. Innovation was always thought to be a white ball. That's a great shot. Talked about control, using his feet, punching through the line, hitting along the ground, but this time showing his white ball skills and his ability to go over the field as well. Again, really well controlled. Nothing too hectic, nothing too wild, just controlled again, just making sure he beat that mid-on fielder. Innovation was always thought to be confined to white ball cricket, but now England has shown that Test cricket is just ripe for change.
Low full toss, can't get it away. 455 for 2. Some time in the middle.
Yeah.
Or he's just very relaxed about things. Maybe a bit of both.
Well, both of them are. They take things in their stride. Johnny Bairstow with his whites on.
So maybe that means, I think he's got his thigh pad on there, maybe that means that Stokes will allow Bairstow, if it gets to needing a number 6, to come in at 6, not 7 as he's slated to on the card. Well, the field is very unusual for Test match cricket. Scouts everywhere.
Yeah, push.
This is what you see when you're 2 new balls in. You're waiting for the third. Just 7 overs short of getting through to the second new ball. It's incredible.
Hooked up and all the way for 6. Another one for England, another one for Ollie Pope. The lead is 292 for 64 for 2.
Yeah, it's almost a glorified net session, isn't it, for England's batters? Public are split on social media. Some are saying declare, go for a quick kill. Others are saying no, England bat on. Public needs to come and see the team play tomorrow, maybe even on Sunday. Bairstow needs a bat. Brooks never batted at Lords before. Maybe he can get used to the slope, etc., etc. I think I know which way they're going to go.
Absolutely. Well, he made it plain in the match programme, which presumably everybody here at Lords will get as part of their entrance ticket. And Ben Stokes, well, he succinctly put England's philosophy out there. We like to score runs, take wickets, win matches as quickly as we can. That's what he said. Philosophically, it's quite an interesting question, isn't it? Because the batting has undoubtedly been thrilling and brilliant. Whether it's been entertaining cricket is another matter, because I always think in Test cricket the entertainment really comes from the balance between bat and ball, which is clearly lacking today.
Yeah, I mean that's no fault of
absolutely
the surface or the Duke or the Kookaburra, all of those types of things. It's just a mismatch, isn't it? That's the issue.
Yes, and for the likes of Ben Ducket and Ollie Pope, they won't care about that. Ben Ducket will know that there's a long list of the discarded and forgotten openers before him. He doesn't want to join that number. This was his first Test match at home, his first Test match at Lords, and his job was to take the opportunity on offer, which he did. He made 182, and Pope hard on his heels now. The way Pope dived in there at the non-striker's end, because he was slightly concerned about the bowler flicking the ball onto the stumps, tells you he's desperate not to get out. He wants more yet. There's double 100 on offer here.
No!
466 for 2.
As England players get more opportunities to get your name etched on the board here at Lord's. 2 a year generally if you manage to stay in the side throughout the summer. Ollie Pope and Ben Ducket now have their names up there for posterity. You're one of those who didn't manage to get up there, aren't you? Was it you, Sachin, Tendulkar, Brian Lara?
All the greats. I had rather more opportunities than the other two, it must be said. Although, Mark Butcher, as you well know, they now have an honours board up there for one-day international hundreds.
No. And quite right too. But I'd forgotten you made one. Was that Texaco Trophy?
I think everybody else had forgotten as well.
It would have been thrilling though, wouldn't it? Against the West Indies. 1990.
I think 94. I think it was the next tour, or 95. Can't remember. Long time ago.
They're getting a net in, Aussie fans. Used to conditions.
He's been prepped for the job, hasn't he?
Testing out the refreshments, getting accustomed to the slope.
Quite hard to hold your pint glass with those gloves on.
The pimples will help you out though, won't they? Sweaty, wet pint glass.
What do you expect from Stokes here? A declaration just after tea?
Just thinking, thought this morning probably at least an hour this evening. So that would be at the outside.
Wait on.
And of course, you'll remember different conditions, different test match altogether, but last time Ireland were here, England bowled them out in the second innings, just 15 overs.
But it was a highly competitive test match, actually, because England themselves were bowled out for 85 in the first innings by Tim Murtagh and others. Ireland took a significant first innings lead, and England had to play well to win that game. They needed a helping hand from Jack Leach at the top of the order, and then got to work with the ball second time round. But it was a game that swung back and forth and had a bit of ebb and flow, and was a contest in the way that at the moment this game is not. England's lead is 300. 472 for 2.
Yeah, I mean, legend has it that head groundsman expecting extremely hot weather during the course of the test match, watered the pitch the night before to try and make sure that it lasted the distance. And of course that hot weather did not arrive, so the pitch was soft, almost perfect for Ireland's seam bowling attack. And they made hay against an England team who were perhaps a little demob happy after winning the World Cup. It was only, what, how many days was it after the World Cup final?
Not many at all, and quite a lot of them chose the option to miss the Test match. One who didn't was Johnny Bairstow, who then got a pair.
So all of those factors contributed to making it a thrilling ride, that Test match. But you always think, if you're a very, very good side against a less capable one on a flat deck, there's big trouble. In this pitch at Lord's yesterday, there was movement, and there's been a little bit of movement at time for Ireland's bowlers. But I think it's as good as you're going to get. And then the early Test match here at Lord's, not a great deal of pace in it, but it's pretty true. And Ireland had an opportunity batting first to put a decent score on the board. England and Stuart Broad in particular were just too good for them yesterday.
Slower ball, and Pope just had to wait momentarily. And for all the talk about the lack of contest, if you like, out in the middle, take nothing away from the brilliance of England's batting. Just watch him wait there and hold his shape, and knocks it away wide of mid-off. Fantastic.
Yeah, something clicked with Ollie Pope about an hour into play this morning. It's all over the place. I think perhaps coming out, expecting to come out and score quickly and to get on top of the opposition. He's trying to overhit the ball. His balance was all over the place, and then suddenly everything clicked into place.
Ben Ducket got 100 runs in the first session, the opening session, and Ollie Pope is on the way to matching that now in the afternoon session. 92 off his bat. Captain's not got his whites on. Johnny has. There was some thought actually in the pre-match press conference that Bairstow might bat 6 and Stokes 7. Oh, spliced and wide of mid-wicket, so that 100 between lunch and tea is still on for Ollie Pope. 480 for 2. What did you sense was the change with Pope? Just a little more balanced at the crease? I sometimes think he's a bit jerky when he hits the ball, and when he's going well, there's a bit more flow of his hands and bat through the ball.
Absolutely. So it's almost like at the beginning of today, just so eager to get at the ball. It's like the bottom hand is sort of choking down hard on it, and the hands are really hard and the arms are rigid.
Yeah.
And then I think it was an extra cover drive. He just leaned into one through extra cover and pinged it up the hill towards the Warner stand, and he was away.
Young players out there, how hard should you grip the bat? I remember a description, one of the writers downstairs actually, Sheil Berry, was talking about Viv Richards, and he remembered watching Viv close up and seeing his hands on the bat, and his fingers were moving almost like he was playing the piano, which suggested even Viv, who was the fiercest hitter of a cricket ball, he was actually quite relaxed in his grip.
Yeah, I would imagine almost a bit of confusion there between master and apprentice. I would imagine, I mean, somebody that you would have seen at close quarters, something like Clive Lloyd. I can kind of close my eyes and imagine him tapping the bat on the ground as the bowler ran into bat, and it was so relaxed. The wrists were relaxed, the arms were relaxed, the forearms. Now, grip-wise, you'd probably be reasonably tight with the top hand, but loose with that bottom hand. because you can always tighten the grip on the bottom hand when you're playing a pull shot or a cut shot and you're trying to hit the ball hard.
Is that two?
But if the hand is gripping that bottom hand too tight when the back lift is on its way back and you're on the way back down again, you just choke the swing of the bat. Hood it, the inside edge comes through early and you crud the ball everywhere.
And the natural instinct in a big game when there's a big crowd on is to tense up a little bit because you're trying hard and you naturally everything just tenses. I think if you can tell yourself to stay relaxed and grip and just allow that freedom to come down through your hands and your arms. 485 for 2.
There's that story about Adam Gilchrist in the World Cup final of 2007 in the West Indies. Really nice shot this of Ollie Pope. You can see the bottom hand there, the bat is kind of resting between thumb and forefinger. And again, I would sort of think and imagine that the rest of my bottom hand was barely touching the bat at all. It was kind of resting between thumb and forefinger. And Adam Gilchrist in that final, he said he put half a squash ball in his glove on the bottom hand in that area between thumb and forefinger in order to stop himself from choking the bat handle.
No.
He had an average tournament, had really been struggling to time the ball, struggling to keep the bat face along the path of the ball. And in the final he put that insert into the glove to just try and relax that bottom hand on the grip, and he made 140, smashed it everywhere.
Third man has been a very productive area today for Ollie Pope. It always is for Joe Root because of the lateness with which he plays the ball right under his eye line, and he's able to knock it down. Today Pope has really utilised that area as well.
Yes.
Well, some good news for Ireland bowlers. New ball is due 2.5.
Mid on, hanging deep, so Pope can work a single. Just impossible, it would seem, to stop England scoring. I mean, I really feel for Andrew Balbirnie. If you speak to people with captain sides, they always say, well, a captain can make a difference somehow. You can make a bad team better, you can make a modest attack better, you can make a really good attack worse. The captain can have an influence somehow, but I'm not sure what Andrew Balbirnie could do today.
Keep a sunny disposition.
Yeah. And look forward to 6 o'clock or 6:30. .490 for 2. We're not quite in the area where Ireland found themselves the last Test match they played, actually, in Gayle, where Sri Lanka made, how many did they make, Benedict? 700 for 3. My word, there must have been some toil. Can you remember fearful days of toil, Butch? I can remember playing a Test match, I think, where West Indies got 700 at the Oval. I'm fairly certain. My first day of Test cricket, Australia were 300 for none at the end of it.
Is that Taylor and Marsh?
Absolutely.
Is that Trent Bridge?
Trent Bridge, yeah.
Devon's got 100 as well.
Yeah, Devon's debut. So we've all been there, toiling away.
Well, I mean, I mentioned it before, but the Lara's 400 in Antigua. You did the 375 as well, didn't you?
Yeah, graveyard of a pitch at the old Antigua Recreation Ground, and the great irony, of course, is that the groundsman was Andy Roberts, one of the great fast bowlers of all time. He used to roll out this bed of snot. We never looked like getting Lara out in either innings.
Well, we thought we had him for naught.
Really?
In the 400 game, Steve Harmison. Big snick early on. Lara had been terrorised by Flintoff and Harmison and co. during the course of that series. So 3-0 up going to Antigua. And again, story from Darren Ganga, become a good friend, good colleague in the commentary boxes around the world. He says that Ganga was the leading run scorer in that series for the West Indies up until that point, and that Lara had said to him, by the end of this game, I will be leading run scorer. Bearing in mind that Brian had scored 100 runs in 6 innings up to that point. And Ganga said he laughed at him. He laughed in his face, and just, you know, the two Trinidadians having a bit of a go at each other in the dressing room. Said Brian gave him a dig in the stomach, gave him that look, and walked away. And the rest is history. 400. But we thought we had him for naught.
Pre-DRS days, of course. No recourse to the third umpire back in the day.
It's the 375. He had that extraordinary incident where he made the runs to beat Sobers' record. And the bail jumped out of the groove and dropped back in it again.
Which we didn't know at the time. It was only afterwards that became apparent. Well, that's 100 for Ollie Pope in the session. Ben Ducket passed that marker in the morning. It's a rarity in Test cricket. Ducket became the first man to do so before lunch in a Lord's Test. The first man for almost 100 years. Only 3 men have done it. But Pope has now done it between lunch and tea. Incredible, really. .494 for 2.
Another thing about the Lara innings, the 400 and the days of toil. It was baking hot, burning sunshine, but you got to watch one of the greatest players, one of the greatest to do it, just play so magnificently. It was almost not that bad. had a front row seat watching this guy against an attack that had given him absolute hell during the course of the series. No, it was flat, but wow.
If you're going to watch somebody get 405, it might as well be Brian Lara.
You're absolutely right.
Well, he was trying to get that leg side, but it's flown, I think, off a leading edge. Very fine for 4. Worth looking at again, because I'm fairly certain he was trying to nudge that over fine leg.
Bumped into Joe Root out there in the middle this morning, and he was rehearsing that.
I reckon that flipped his forearm as well. I reckon it did. Oh, nicely played, and what a way to go to 50. Cries of root echo around the ground. England's 500 is up. England's best player has 50, and there is more to come. A significant single that for Joe Root.
Doing. That is your answer. They're going to play a load of shots, get as far ahead as possible, entertain. Remember, they don't just think about the game situation, they want to entertain. And it's been an excellent crowd in the last couple of days here at Lord's.
Yeah, you're right. Absolutely. One of the great benefits of what England have done over the last year or so under Ben Stokes and Brendan McCullum is entertain, and that means that people want to come and see this team play.
Oh, gone. Straight after tee, Joe Root has been bowled. He came down the pitch and he's missed it.
Well, surprise almost from fielders and spectators alike that one has got through. Brian with a wicket. Joe Root rather tangled himself up trying to work that ball into the leg side. Was a little bit of spin. Ball perhaps a little bit flatter. And that is the end of Joe Root. Just gone past 11,000 Test match runs. The 11th man to do so, but he's on his way back for 56. 5:07 for 3.
Good, Har.
Fumble gets him off the mark. As Mark Butcher described, he just got in a bit of a tangle. His right leg clipped his left pad and it just got him off balance and out of sync. Just there, and then he played around it. Ollie Pope will keep the strike. He moves to 198, 509 for 3. Very one-sided affair. I mean, the toss was important but not crucial. It's been the difference between the sides has been quality, the amount of cricket, the amount of exposure at this level. Golf is huge, and I'm afraid for international cricket the gap is getting wider, which I'm not sure is a good thing.
Change, same action.
There'll be some stiff bodies, even though they had a 3-day game against Essex. They played a lot of white ball cricket, so they wouldn't have put too many yards in those legs. So they'll be stiff. They have to go again. meticulous now with their field, because obviously Pope just needs 2, so it's a slip and a gully. There is no third man, so he can just run it off the face between slip and gully if he wants.
He has been quite partial to doing that over the course of the innings.
198. I don't know if he'll play the scoop. We shall see. But there is the option of the run off the face. And he does run it off the face. He takes 1 and he stays on 1. 199, Ollie Pope. Nice article in the Times actually this week from Stephen James, the ex-Glamorgan and England opener. He wrote about Harry Brook and his technique and how he's worked at it over the years, and working with Martin Spate at his school, Sussex and Durham. We've played a lot with and against Martin Spate. Very good cricketer, obviously a very good coach as well, someone that Harry Brook goes to.
Martin Spate was way ahead of his time. It's like him and Alistair Brown would have thrived in the T20 era. Martin Spate, one of the first guys I remember seeing sweeping seam bowlers, fast bowlers. It's now become absolutely the norm, playing scoop shots and things like that. Keeper as well.
He went back into IPL mode there for a second.
Harry Brook can get quite a lot out of this innings here. He played at Lord's before. Just get used to how the ground feels underneath your feet here. Get used to the way the slope affects your balance. Use the time out there wisely, however short it might be.
It's always picked up length. Always, whether it be off a seamer, off a spinner, anything short gets dealt with.
Hands are just so quick. Cock wrists in the back lift. As Nasser said, he picks up the length in a flash.
Man goes out in front of the grandstand leg side. Gives himself room and goes over the offside. He is in one-day mode already. Hasn't timed it. And he'll come back for 3 and keep the strike. Pride 17 for 3.
Yeah, England moving along at 6.3 runs per over, and the real dashers haven't got in yet. Brook, Stokes, Bairstow. However long Stokes decides to stay out there, this could be very painful to the Ireland bowlers. I suppose the other way to look at it is there might be some cheap wickets in it for you.
Absolutely. Stats at the end of your career just say wickets. They don't say you got your wicket at 517 for 3.
Caught long on.
Yeah. This is what the crowd want and what Ollie Pope wants when you're 199. You want to be on strike. Extra cover comes up, square leg comes up, mid-wicket comes up, mid-off comes up, long on comes up. Down the pitch, down the ground. The first Test double 100 for Ollie Pope, and what a way to do it, and what a place to get it. The home of cricket stands to Ollie Pope, who has just notched up the fastest Test double 100 by anyone in England.
Well, number 3 is surely Ollie Pope's favourite number. What a turnaround in his career.
Oh, gone. 200 and out for Ollie Pope. Good bit of bowling, saw him coming. McBride threw it a little bit wider. And Ollie Pope, having hit him down the ground for 6, goes next ball. And that will do for England.